Welcome to Player Away, your weekly video game podcast covering news, reviews, and all things gaming. I'm your host, Johnny Murr here, and we have an exciting show planned for you today, ladies and gentlemen. We have a brand new game that everyone's talking about and everybody loves. We're going to be talking about that. We got some news we're just going to cover real quickly, and then we're going to be having this crazy discussion. I don't know how long this discussion is going to go. I don't know how many different angles we're going to approach this discussion at, but it's going to be an interesting discussion, and I'm looking forward to it for sure. But I'm here joined this week with our guest, or this week's co-host. I don't know how I wanted to say that. Jordan Prater. He's here.
I'm back. I'm back. We're here to talk more gaming.
Yes,
We're here to game more talking.
And real quick, I have to say I got a few compliments after our last podcast. There were multiple people saying that you did a really good job.
Well, thank you,
and
to everyone who said that. I appreciate it.
Yes, and I agree. You were absolutely fantastic. Probably like one of the best guests or co-hosts we've ever had. So,
well, I appreciate that. Yeah,
yes.
Thank you so much.
So glad to have you back, and we have an awesome game to talk about. We have some interesting news, and we have a very interesting topic we're going to go into discussion with.
All right.
But first, let's go ahead and do some housekeeping. If you guys are on the channel, there was a pretty decent amount of content on the channel this week. My Star Wars Outlaws review, I put that up. I did a Black Myth Wukong boss tier list the other day. And there were just a bunch of other videos throughout the week. Make sure you go check that out. Again, next week I have multiple videos planned, couple rankings. I do plan on doing a Astrobot gameplay video. I'm not going to spoil what that is, but it's going to be super duper fun because I'm specifically trying to do it a certain way.
You have to let me know what that is.
Yeah, I will. I don't know if I want to spoil it here in the podcast. I don't think I do. Even though it could garner some interest though if I say it. That's the thing.
You've got my phone number, so
I do. Yeah,
we're safe.
I'm gonna save
we're
it.
Safe.
I'm gonna save it.
Spoiler safe.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm gonna save it. But I do have that, and then this week, Warhammer 40k Space Marine comes out. Me and Austin are going to be playing that, so we should have gameplay up on that. And yeah, this is going to be a good time. But yeah,
thank you. On Xbox then?
Yeah. Get on Xbox. Cool. So yeah, should be a good time. Thank you all so much for the support, and let's get talking about video games. So Jordan, we're going to start with tradition here.
Yes, sir.
What have you been playing? I can already tell you two of them.
Yeah. Two of them are pretty clean and clear. I think obviously the topic of discussion, good old AB,
good old AB,
good old Mr. Bot himself is definitely one of the last couple of days. Sure. I'm still pretty heavy into Baldur's Gate. I've still been playing that pretty hardcore lately. I've started a few different playthroughs and
how many hours you at?
I am just under 200 at this point. I'm at like 180 something, in the middle of 180 something. Yeah,
that's crazy.
So that's pretty nuts. And then I played the PlayStation Plus free games this month.
Oh, okay,
because
cool.
they made MLB The Show 24 free.
Yep.
So I went ahead and gave that a shot. It's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I played the Harry Potter Quidditch game, and that actually wasn't too bad. I didn't
really?
I didn't go like, ham in it. I only did like the first basically like tutorial mission. You just play at the Weasley's Burrow, and it's just each match is you learning the positions. So I basically just learned the tutorial, beat the Burrow Cup, and then didn't play anymore. But I still have it downloaded. I'll probably revisit it, but it was fun.
Cool. Yeah, I was actually curious about that one. It's interesting.
It's not bad.
I might have to give that one a try. I mean, it's free, so might as well.
Recommend. Yeah, no, for sure.
Yep.
I didn't expect it to be free like right away. I kind of figured it would be a month or so, but yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's been out longer than I thought. I don't know.
I will say it is smart that they put it for free for PS Plus members because it's a live service game. It costs money. Like, it's not free to play. So
yeah, no, it is just on the catalog. Or it's not on the catalog. It is just the free game
just the monthly thing.
So
if you guys want it, make sure you go claim that.
Yeah, you got to get it in the month of September.
Yep. For me, really, I mean, I'm right there with you. I've been playing 2 games, pretty much. No, I've been playing 3. I've been continuing my journey in Black Myth Wukong. I went ahead and did the secret boss ending. I finally completed that. And
Yeah, whole other playthrough, right?
no, just
Essentially.
no,
No,
not
is it
no,
just like a
not
chapter
really.
revisit? Is that how?
Yeah, I
it is,
just pretty much revisited all the chapters. Did a
Okay.
bunch of the side boss. Went to all the secret areas. I'm making my way. I think I've come to the conclusion though. I think I really want to get that platinum trophy. Like,
Yeah.
even though
Okay.
some of them are, some of the things I have to do are pretty much me going to have to basically replay the game.
Yeah.
I'm just so down for it because I just like, even after Astrobot, even with all these games coming out, even with me just finishing Star Wars out, I still just have an urge to play it. Like, I really do. And I'm like 60 hours into that game. More than 60 hours, I would say. Like, it's just so good. But yeah. And then I did finish Star Wars, so that was something else I've been playing this week a lot.
I did not get to try Outlaws yet. I'm a little bummed.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and give my
Even just to try it, like
right.
like I know it's not gonna like blow me away, but I wouldn't mind just experiencing it for the sake of what it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, because I'll go ahead and give my thoughts on it here in a second. But then the other game I've been playing is obviously Astrobot. We're going to be talking about that, so I'm not even going to say anything yet. But yeah, for like Star Wars Outlaws, if you guys didn't watch my review, I gave it a 7 out of 10. And what's really interesting is, personally, I consider there to be like 3 acts in this game. The first act, second act, third act. And I think you could low-key rate each act a completely different score. Like, I think the first act of the game is low-key like a 4 out of 10.
Okay.
And then I think the second act is like a...
Rough start.
Yeah, and then I think the second act is like a... maybe like a 6.5, 6 out of 10. But then the third act is like a 9.5. Like, it is, oh man, like that final act, Loki had me thinking it was peak at certain moments. Like, I genuinely, like, when I first
strong.
Yeah, throughout like the first act, I could not play more than like 2 hours at a time because it was just so unengaging. It was so just kind of uninteresting for a while. The second act, okay, I started kind of getting into it. I'm like, okay, I'm kind of having fun now. I see where they're going with this, but it's still not like, it was still really hard to put more than like 2 hours in at a time. But as soon as the third act hit, I played for like 7 hours straight. Like, I don't know what it was. To me, it was the story. The story really just connected, and it felt like what the game did. They built the game around the third act. They writ. Is that the word? They
writ it.
They wrote the third act.
They read it for it.
They wrote the third act and was like, okay, now how do we add like 10 more hours of content up until the third act? And that's what it kind of felt like. Everything leading up to that third act felt pretty much like filler just to get to where they actually wanted to be, because that third act was really, really good. There were some surprises. I'm not going to spoil. There were some just great story moments. The gameplay, like the things you're actually doing in terms of gameplay, was much more engaging.
Is there as much forced stealth as I heard?
Yes. Oh my god, that is the worst part of the game.
Okay.
Yeah, that is easily the worst part of the game, and that's why it's a 7 out of 10. This game could easily be like an 8, 9 out of 10. Unfortunately, there's just so many bad decisions and so many problems with its current state that it's like it just can't go higher than a 7. I feel like. But the thing is, I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's a good game, and that's why I put it as a 7 out of 10. Like, it is a good game. It's just... Did
you engage much into the side stuff?
I did a little bit. I did a bunch of the... so there's like factions in the game, and you can do like tasks and like jobs for different factions. I did a lot of those.
You build rep in the
Yes,
factions
yeah.
for them to like do stuff and unlock other things in the game. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
They were okay. But yeah, for the most part, it took me about, I think, like 18 hours in total. For my playthrough with some side content and then the main story, of course. But where I'm at with the game, though, overall, I think that this is a game. If it is what you are looking for, it is going to hit very well. If you are looking for that open world shooter Star Wars game, I think this game is dang near like perfect for that. But if you're looking,
I think that's where I draw that line. Is
right.
I wasn't looking for an open world shooter Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted a bigger Jedi Survivor.
Right.
Essentially, is kind of what I wanted.
Well, yeah, and then that's what I was gonna get at. I was like, but if you're looking for like another kind of Jedi Survivor, this is not that whatsoever. Yeah. And so, but I said in my review, this game does a lot of right. It does a lot of good, but then it does so many wrongs and it does so many bad things. But I think when it comes to any Star Wars game, like as soon as you announce a Star Wars game, there's already so many default expectations like to that because it's just Star Wars. You know,
name's way too huge.
Right. And so, but what I think this game does really well is all of those Star Wars expectations. This is like, and this is going to be a hot take, I genuinely think this might be one of the best Star Wars projects. Like, the way they've been able to bring the worlds and the characters and the detail in all the cities. Like, when you're walking through city, it's like cyberpunk levels of just, like, things happening everywhere. Like, you just see vendors flipping food. You see, like, people hanging and washing clothes. Like, you just see like so many NPCs just living like almost like living their life. Like, it's so well just brought to life. The fact that you're able to customize your ship and fly around and stuff like that. It really is a great Star Wars project. Unfortunately, when it comes to the technical and the game creative side of things, it gets a little bit rocky. But like, that's why I say it's like a 7 out of 10 good game. If you love Star Wars and you're okay with open world games and shooting, this game
You'll at least appreciate it. It seems,
yeah, this game is fine. It's just, yeah, if you're looking for like the next Jedi Survivor, you're not gonna get it. But yeah, that's pretty much my quick thoughts on Star Wars Outlaws. You guys can go check out my full review if you want.
I'm sure there's a link somewhere.
Yeah. For sure. But no. All right, so let's get talking about the game that everyone's here for. Let's get talking about it.
Let's do it. AB. Mr. Bot himself. Yeah, yep. Mine's right here.
Yep.
There's mine.
Astro Bot himself, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't open mine. It does have the eyes on it. That's awesome.
It does.
I was curious if that was just on the box.
Nope.
Or if it was actually on there. Can you are those like?
They're just paint. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't light up. They don't move or anything.
So they'll probably rub off after.
But this blue on the side, oh my gosh, it is the most pretty blue I've ever seen on a controller.
It's probably, I assume it's the blue that is the Astrobot blue.
It is, but like it's so shiny though. Like it's really reflective.
Then
like in person.
It's the Astrobot when he's wet.
Precisely, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a beautiful controller. Like on it probably is my favorite PlayStation PS5 controller that they've put out. But
I'm still on the fence on whether I want to open mine.
I don't know, man. It's a good, either way is good, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
I just feel like the exclusivity of it now.
I know, right?
Might, you never know.
Yeah.
You never know. Give it 2 months.
All right, but let's get talking about Astrobot. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the newest game from PlayStation Studios. This is a platformer that has been requested and has been super underappreciated for a long time because the first game was a demo on PS4, and then they did like another demo, and then they finally put out technically the first like game, being Astrobot Rescue Mission, which was basically like the very first PSVR game. And then they had Astro's Playroom, which was a like free, already installed thing on your PS5 just to showcase what the DualSense can do. Yeah, that game is awesome, by the way. If you haven't played that, definitely go do that.
I need to see if maybe I haven't. Maybe I didn't. Do you like link it, or did you already have it? Because you said you got stuff from playing Playroom.
Oh, it's just already linked. I didn't do anything. I just loaded in the game and they were there. Yeah.
Okay.
But then finally, after so many years of requesting, and we finally got a full $60 Astrobot game, and it is bigger. It's maybe better. We're gonna talk about that. It is. I don't know why I'm like I don't think I don't think there's any doubt anywhere. Yeah.
There's no doubt there.
There's no point even trying to suspect
But it's an improvement on something that was already 100%.
Yeah, already amazing.
Like Playroom 100% serves the purpose that it's meant to serve.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah.
While also just being super fun gameplay.
For sure. But yeah, so we're gonna talk about Astrobot, give our full thoughts. So we're gonna start off by just saying how far we are in the game. So Jordan, how far are you? Because I don't know how far you got since you last sent a picture.
So I got about a little more than halfway through the third galaxy today.
Okay, cool. So we can talk about something. Awesome.
Yep. Because I had to 100% the first two.
Yes.
And a couple of the little triangle challenges gave me quite the challenge last night when I was playing.
Dude, those things, oof, they are. Yeah. They are challenging.
Yeah, they were something, dude. Yeah, some of them were making me a little mad. Like, dude, just.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So all right. I'm glad you finished Galaxy 2 because man, we gotta talk about the ending of that. Oh my gosh.
We do. So good.
And then
good. I was gonna text you about it, but I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait until we get on and start getting to where we're talking about it. Then it's gonna be like, okay, here we go.
Yes. So I've beaten the main game. So like I've rolled credits. I am about like in terms of like post credit stuff. I'm like over halfway done. Like I only have to 100% like 2 more galaxies, and one of them being the Lost Galaxies. So I only have 1 more main galaxy to finish, and then Lost Galaxies, and then I've platinumed the game.
How cool are the Lost Galaxies, by the way? That's such a cool
dude, I love it. So yeah, so let's go ahead. Let's just give our overall thoughts. I don't even know where to start. There's so many things we could talk about. There's so many different things we could say.
I'll start.
Go ahead. You know what?
I'll start.
I'd love to just bounce
first
off your head.
First impression, because literally all you have to do is just hit the start button, and then load up the screen. Just pure interactivity with this game. It 100% serving that, because even in the menu, like the controller rotates with you, which is fun, right? You hop in, you get the cinematic, you go in, the controller is louder than the game, like from the TV.
Oh my gosh,
they're like 80% of the volume and sounds and everything are coming from your controller, which is also rumbling and moving and vibrating and yelling at you with every single thing that you do. So like it was 100% like physically, like aesthetically, it just draws you in interactively from the jump. And that's so well done, which again, that's improving upon Playroom being what it is, showing all the features of the DualSense.
Yeah, for sure. Someone I was listening to a podcast the other day, and one of the guys did describe the DualSense features in the game. It's like playing Astrobot without DualSense effects is almost like watching the Avatar movies not in 3D. Like it's like it's just a whole different experience. Like having
still
that.
fun.
Yeah, it's still great, but like if you're gonna do it, you want to do it to like the best way possible, and that dual sense of feature just knocks out the park.
Yeah.
But yeah, my overall thoughts, I completely agree with you. I think this is not only just one of the best games to come out this year. I think it's one of the best PlayStation games, not only of this generation, but like of all time, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it is easily one of the best platformers of all time. So
also bold.
It's bold, but it's.
It is so good.
I don't know you can really like disprove any of that. It's true.
No,
like,
you can't.
Like,
at least not so far. Like I said, I mean, I haven't 100%ed it and like felt that full hoorah yet. Whenever I get through, but
yeah, like I definitely think.
Yeah.
I definitely think, subjectiveness is going to come into play, like whether you think it is one of the best platformers or not, because I do think there are things that could keep it from like being a lot of people's favorites. But I think for me, because I've talked with shout out to Austin, by the way. I've talked to Austin about like what my holy trinity of gaming companies / publishers are. And my personal holy trinity is Xbox, Capcom, and PlayStation. Like those, like my favorite three. Like if you got rid of every other publisher, but I only had those three, I'd be happy. So as a big fan of PlayStation, just having these awesome just references and Easter eggs throughout the whole time is just so delightful. Like it honestly makes the game.
Every 2 minutes there's something else.
Yeah, like it honestly makes the game. Like I don't know. We'll get into it, but like I think the most emotional moments in this game is just the moments you're celebrating certain franchises. Like I'll tell you right now, what we're going to talk about, like at the end of chapter 2, the fact that that's even a thing is just so like, it's not even like there's any kind of like sadness going on. Like it's emotional because you're like, it's so just surreal and so like, just who would have guessed we would have ever gotten something like this?
No.
And I'll tell you, I really felt it at the end of chapter 3 because they do another franchise that I'm like, oh, it's just so good to see this game. It's just so good to be hearing, living, breathing it, playing it. It's so good, and those are honestly the most like emotional moments throughout the game, which is so great. But let's go ahead and talk about it. So let's just go ahead. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. And I know you're only like not even halfway through, but if you had to give a score right now, where would you put it?
9.
Okay.
I think I would give it a solid 9. I think everything in it so far, and it's not even necessarily that it lacks something to keep it from a 10.
Yeah.
It's just there's something about it that's not a 10.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's like I said, it's not. It's Astro's Playroom over again because it's 100% doing everything that it's intended to be doing.
Yeah.
Because it's expanding upon everything that Astrobot finally deserved to be made for him. So yeah, I would probably give it a definite solid 9. I don't know what kind of experience would make it a 10 for me. Maybe potentially one of the games that we may talk about later, if there's a play in with one of those maybe somewhere that I'm not sure of yet. I guess we'll just have to find out.
Yeah. By the way, for everyone watching, we're gonna try and avoid spoilers as much as possible, or at least I am. Yeah, Jordan probably doesn't have too many spoilers yet, but I'm gonna try to avoid spoilers. We will talk about things if they were in the trailer, and I know the end of chapter 2 that we're gonna talk about pretty much was in the trailer, so we'll just go ahead and talk about that. But all right, so for my score, So you gave it a 9.
Yeah.
This,
Where you going?
see, this is really interesting because I almost want to come back to this at the end of the podcast because I'm not gonna lie. This
made
game,
me answer it.
This game has low-key put me through an existential crisis because I genuinely don't know how I feel about the game. Because to me, it is a 10 out of 10 or a 9.5. And to be honest, I am leaning towards the 9.5. And I think at the end of the day, I am going to give it a 9.5. But the reason I even still debate that it is a 10 out of 10 is just because how creative and how fun it is. Like, those two aspects, if you want to just take those two aspects and be like, yep, this is a 10 out of 10 game, I completely understand. Like, there's almost no argument around it. It is one of the most fun things you can do on your PlayStation. It's one of the most creative things you can see on your PlayStation. And just the fact that it is that celebration of 30 years of PlayStation is so just heartwarming and awesome to see. The reason I don't think it's a 10 out of 10 is not because the game does anything wrong. Dang near the game is low-key flawless in some, like, in most of the thing. I think really I think you nailed it on the head. There's just something about it.
Everywhere that I wanted to provide, it does.
Yes, I think everything is exactly what it needs to be. There's something about it that doesn't scream 10 out of 10 to me. And I think I know why. For me, and this is what I've wrestled with. I mentioned this to you last night. Is it does nothing wrong, but I still feel like there's room for improvement. And when I say that, I don't mean they can fix the controls more. No, I don't mean that. Okay, they could be more creative. They probably can, but that's not the issue. My issue is I still feel like they can improve the overall experience.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like this is basically the start for where the franchise can go. And unfortunately, I see so many directions, so many ways that they can expand this that I feel like
some points to that.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much they can do to where I almost feel like this is nowhere near the best of what we're going to see of Astrobot. And I think a lot of those reasons is because this is the first game. This is we wanted Playroom, but more of it. And that's exactly what it is. It's more of Playroom, which is phenomenal, and they do a great job with that. But I still feel like they can take it to the next level. And to me, and this is kind of why we're going to talk about this later in the podcast, to me, that's what a 10 out of 10 should be, is a game absolutely utilizing all its potential. It is the absolute best experience possible that you can get out of a game. And while I absolutely love this game, there were moments where I was a little underwhelmed by like some of the like just surprises, I guess. And we'll talk about that. And then there were some moments where I'm like, okay, I definitely liked this thing more than that in terms of like levels. Like there are some levels I clearly enjoy way more than other levels. And then there are certain aspects where I'm like, man, this game would be so much better if there was that thing there. And so I think for me, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with it. It dang near is flawless. It's just, like you said, there's just something about it that isn't a 10 out of 10. And to me, it's the amount of potential that is still there. Which might be a stupid reason to not give it a 10 out of 10. But for me, when I think of some 10 out of 10s, I really don't know how you can improve on some of those games. And that is a testament of where I sit with that. But I think the argument for it being a 10 out of 10 is absolutely there. I think the argument for it being a 9 out of 10 is absolutely there. Honestly, if you don't give it a 9 or above, I think you're crazy. Because it's just pure joy. Like it
deserves 9.
It's the definition of what a video game is. Like
9 or 4 out of 5, whatever you want to give it on
that
scale. It deserves to be right on that cusp.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
at
so
least.
let's get talking about the game specifically more in depth, some of the levels, some of the gameplay things. So I'll let you take the wheel. Where do you want to go
Okay,
first?
well, I kind of lied earlier when I said, first impressions you get in, and it's the interaction, right? No, first impression you get into the main menu, and that theme song starts playing.
Oh boy. I was so confused where you were going with that, but yes.
Just yeah, just give it to us, AB. Give it to us, AB. Just such a that, and the music throughout the whole thing, too. But and always like sort of bringing the Astrobot, the I am Astrobot chant, like sort of into a
Oh
lot of it,
man.
even just like musically, into a lot of the other tracks within it. Just that was just so, like I said, so like the interactivity, like with the controller, like just the beautiful main menu, just simple, no difficulty either. You literally just press a button and you pop right in.
Yeah.
It's just a simple in the game platformer type experience. But yeah, no, that Astrobot theme song there, just boom, right there
Yeah.
at the main menu. So good,
Man,
so
dude,
good,
the music throughout the whole game is phenomenal.
so good, so good.
But yeah,
So
I
that's
completely.
probably definitely there. But like moving on from just like first interaction experience, the just sort of simplicity of the game being just sort of wholesome is so fun. Like it's nice to change it up from that. Playing things like Wukong and Baldur's Gate and Elden Ring and like things
I
like
know
that.
it.
Everything is so like pressing and like crafty and builds and
Yeah.
percentages and respecs and buffs and this and that. And this is just like, hey, here's some frogs that you can hit
PlayStation.
stuff with. like by
Yeah.
the way, did you know this is called this triangle button? Like everything's just
Yeah.
everything's just very fun, playful, and PlayStation, and just simple and wholesome and lovely, just right up front. And that's again just bringing more of what Playroom already was, just even more charming, because you
Yeah.
get that scene. Right at the beginning where they're all together and they're just partying and chilling and hanging out, and it's like, oh, this is so fun. like
Yeah.
even like even though you're saving like robots, it's just a fun, pleasant experience.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah. I think like so. I guess we'll just talk about the gameplay. I think the actual platforming, the mobility that Astrobot has, mixed with the simplicity of combat that there is, but yet very creative. Like I don't think there's any game where like you can like basically do a double jump, but like you shoot lasers out of your like feet, and like everything underneath gets burnt to crisp. Like
Yeah.
that's
it's
such a
it's also an attack.
yeah. It's just so cool. You have a you have a supporter in the chat.
I do. I
Love
do.
to see it. But I do love the simplicity of it. To the point where, because I think with a game like this, it being that celebration of PlayStation's history, having all these characters, you don't want to be stressing. You don't want to be like trying super hard. You want to enjoy everything that the game is giving you. You want to be able to enjoy these creative levels and just experience it to the fullest. And if you're like sweating over here, clicking like 50 buttons at once, like trying to perfectly time
Dodge,
everything,
heal, dodge, dodge.
yeah, it's gonna be really hard to do that. Something I'm gonna compare it to. I know it's a really weird comparison, but Black Myth Wukong, like, to me, almost all the just bosses throughout the chapters are easy until you reach that midway and final boss. And I love that most of those just filler bosses are so easy because you're able to enjoy the world that's being told. You're able to experience the environments and everything. You're not 100% of the time 24/7 stressing and rage and being upset. You're able to enjoy it until you get to those moments where it's like, okay, now I have to focus.
Yeah, Black Myth really does a good job hiding how hard the
It
experience is
does.
about to be when you get to that main guy that's there. That he's up there. I see it. There's a platform up there. I can see him. I can see something's gonna happen up there.
Yep.
But all these ads down here are crazy. I'm like two-shotting these guys. This is gonna be great.
Yeah.
17 and a half tries later, and you're just gritting your teeth.
Yeah. But yeah, you don't get gifts with the game. It's just pure joy. You're just smiling from start to finish.
I really am too. Every couple of minutes, it's like, oh, cool. Like it's
yeah.
I'm saying cool a lot.
That's what it is.
Cool.
It's just such a cool game. Like it's such
it's
just so awesome that there's all these crossovers going on. I will say the thing that I love about this game is the fact that there is a hub world. And, like, you could just go to the hub world and just see all the characters doing their own thing. You can hit them and they'll do, like, these cool animations. There's, like, these, like, four corners to the maps. Yeah. And the whole point of the game is rebuilding the PS5. I love that.
When the Bloodborne guy parried me with the gun.
My gosh.
I was cracking up. I was like, that's awesome.
Yes, I love it. Oh, man. Like, I just love the amount that's in this game that they just let you enjoy, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there are so many games that's like, yo, that was really cool, but, like, once it's over, it's over, you know? Like, like what I'll say, the Spider-Man 2 game, like, man, you finally get to Venom, and you're like, oh, this is awesome, this is what I've been waiting for, and then as soon as it's over, it's over, it's in the past. You're done.
It's whereas, one of those games that is so highly rated, but platinuming it in less than 30 hours, I'm done.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing to do now. Yeah. It's
but like
I needed so much more.
In this game, when you do something cool, when you find something awesome, they let you just spend as much time as you want doing it. They spend they let you even go farther with getting some of its like customization stuff, letting you go to the hub world.
Everything expands upon it because not only do they show up on the island, then you got to get their trinket. That makes them more interactable. So like it keeps you playing to get the experience, like the real one.
There's no restrictions, no boundaries. Like there are characters in here you would have never thought they'd be able to even get the license for, but they're here. It's awesome.
And more to come.
There is confirmed DLC for this game, which you already know. I'm gonna be on it 24/7. I just hope in the DLC there are levels like the end of chapter 2. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's get talking. I can't hold it anymore, bro. We got to talk about the end of chapter 2. We have to do it.
Okay.
We have to talk about it. Absolute peak. Absolute peak.
How like into it are we? Are we just flat out being like, all right, you get to play as
Let's not say all the things you have to do in the level or all of the characters you meet, but let's say what the level is. So it is a level completely themed around God of War Ragnarok.
Yeah.
And during the level, you get to play as Kratos himself. And during the level, there is
Sort of.
Uh-oh.
Sort of. Kratos is still there.
True.
He just gives you the axe.
Yeah.
He gives you the axe, and then you just get the powers.
Yes.
Just like in the with the net in the first one.
Yeah.
What I love about that is when you change and you look over to him, he's just ripping the logs in half with his hands now.
I love it. But during the level, there is one of the greatest remixes I have ever heard. Oh my gosh, it is so fire. They basically take the God of War theme song and they just turn it into this like
they turn it into an
EDM Astrobot song. It is so awesome.
That's what I was saying. Like when they incorporate the remixes of the themes, like integrated with the Astrobot theme, it's like this is so good.
I know
it's so good.
Yeah, we're not gonna go any farther than that. We're not gonna say any other character. I mean, you guys know Atreus is in the game, so there's obviously that. But like, there is a lot more characters you are gonna find in that level. And there are a bunch of references to the game.
It's really cool. Some of them too. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a bunch of references. Like I'm not even gonna say any of them, but
the one through the crevice was pretty cool.
Yes, I agree with that. That was awesome. I love the you summoned a creature from the game.
Oh, dude.
Oh, that's so awesome.
I was like, it's not, is it? It's gonna be. Oh, yes.
It is. Yeah.
Soon as I saw the thing you interact with.
Yep.
Dude, it was like no way. And then the interaction, by the way, with the freaking controller that you do to do that.
I know it.
With you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Dude, man, I always forget that's a thing, and that's what this game is for.
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah, I genuinely think so. There are 5 levels.
That's one of my favorite parts of that like original game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Is that scene?
Yeah.
That summon. Yeah, that dude.
Yep. I almost said it. Yeah, I completely agree. And see, there are technically 5 of these kind of levels throughout the whole game. There is one for each galaxy. The first one was the net, which I don't know if we could. It's Ape Escape. I don't know.
Ape Escape.
Yeah. Ape Escape is the first. It is.
The Ape Escape one. Yeah. The Ape Escape game was actually fun. When I went back through it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was just like taking my time. Like obviously, you know, the monkeys aren't really there. Yeah. But like, you know, they also like are, so like you catch them again, and you know, right. It's just fun.
Yeah. But this is one of the sections where I'm like, this game is so great. There's nothing wrong with it, but I still feel like they could make it better, and that's because 2 out of the 5 final missions in the galaxies, I feel like could have been used for something much more awesome. The Ape Escape one, while cool, and I get it's definitely nostalgic for a lot of people, in 2024, is that really the best option we could have had? You know?
For a certain demographic of people, yeah. So I mean this is supposed to try to call attention to people of, you know, many generations and demographic.
Yeah.
Being that it's, you know, 30 years of celebration. So like for it being the first galaxy, yes, I personally think Ape Escape is exactly where it belongs.
Perfect. Hey, you know, that is great. And to be honest, I can get behind Ape Escape. That one, like, while I think could have been used for something cooler, I can understand it.
I wasn't even a big Ape Escape guy.
Yeah, I know nothing about it, honestly. I know nothing.
I played it, but like I never owned Ape Escape. If I played Ape Escape, it was at somebody else's house.
Yeah. I can get behind the Ape Escape choice. Unfortunately, the 4th galaxy, I think, is a really big letdown. I think, like, I just even if it is nostalgic, I really do feel like it takes up it. I do feel like it is a wasted slot.
Is there a lot to it?
No. And unfortunately, they do something with the level itself that I find really annoying. It's completely motion controlled.
Oh, like 100% through the controller,
yes.
Like nothing else.
Yes, you're literally just rotating the controller.
So like the climbing part in the one, but even
kinda, more. But you're not clicking any buttons. It's literally just moving the controller.
Oh.
Yeah, and the franchise, while it might be nostalgic and while there might be fans of it, they could have just done that in like a secret thing or something. Like they did not have to take the final surprise of that galaxy and give it to this thing. Like, I don't even know what this thing is. Like, I've heard of it.
Is it the last level or the after level after?
The after level after the boss.
Okay.
Yes. Because I'll let you know right now. Obviously, God of War Ragnarok was the special level at the end of Galaxy 2. There is a really awesome special level at the end of Galaxy 3, and there's a really awesome special level at the end of Galaxy 5. And then obviously you had Ape Escape at the end of Galaxy 1.
Yeah.
Galaxy 4 just feels like it's like it does not belong in that collection of special levels. Like it just like and that's not me hating on the level. I think the level's fine. I just think where they placed it in terms of the slot that it fills up in terms of the game, I just feel like they could have done something else.
I think maybe like if they took it at number 2, or maybe even like make it the first one,
right?
And then like build up to it.
Yes, like I and that's why I say I can get behind Ape Escape, because I do think Ape Escape is a much better level like than the end of chapter 4, and at least I understand why they did Ape Escape. This one I'm like, really, like I really don't understand, outside of the fact that, okay, it's one of your older games, I guess. But again, the fact that it's completely motion control based, the fact that it's a franchise that I only know of by the look and name of it. I don't even know the name of it. I just know the look of it and like what it is. And it's just the fact that it is that you beat a whole galaxy, and the whole time you're wondering what's the next one gonna be, like what's the next cool level, and then it's this, and I'm like, oh, they could have done something so much cooler. They could have done something so much cooler.
Noted.
But
I'll keep that in mind.
But it's still a fun.
I might even disagree. Who knows?
Maybe
I might even think the experience is great, and yeah,
we'll see. And but that's the thing. It's still a fun level. Don't get me wrong. Like
it is, I'm sure. Yeah.
Like there's nothing wrong with the level. I just think where it is and how it was used was very underwhelming. Is what I'll say.
For the anticipation of where you're watching it. Okay.
Right.
I got you.
But what I will say, there are other things. There are other like kind of secret levels. They're not really secret, but there are others like special levels within the galaxies I really love. And you've obviously found them because you've 100%ed some galaxies. There's like these retro rage levels.
Yeah.
Those are really fun, where it's literally just combat, beat all the enemies, and then there's
literally just you in one platform, and then you're
done. And then there's, I forget what they're called. Like it's like a construction cone, where the whole name of the game is like to make enemies fall off the platform, kind of by using like your laser feet or whatnot.
Oh yeah, it's like a crumble.
Yeah. Coney crumble or something. I don't know what it's called.
Like that, yeah.
I really like those.
Crumble
those
combat, something like that. I don't know, but yeah,
I love those.
Just jump around and I just spin in a circle around them. That's all.
And then I do love the fact that there are those secret levels that you can find within a level.
I really like the secret ones you can find on the map, like before you interact into a galaxy, where like the meteor will just like fly through randomly, like even not after like beating anything, like randomly just a meteor will fly through, you go, and there's just like one person there.
Yep.
Or the around the Ragnarok level, all the rocks were like in a formation around it, and you fly through and like pop all those, and then it opens up one of those combat zones. Like that's just like, that was just like really cool, like how, again, it just back to the interactivity of like the map, just fun to fly around, fun to sit there and just spin them, just sit there and spin them. And then like I said, you just all the stuff that just sitting there, like while you're sitting there, being all ADHD with the map and like flying around and doing the boost and stuff, like all of a sudden there's this comet, and you can chase the comet, and you can hit the comet, and then it unlocks just a random little side map that you go and unlock another bot, and that's just cool for just being in basically in like the map UI.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, this is gonna be hard because I have to remember where all they take place. What is your favorite cameo so far? Like, if you had to choose one, like, oh, I'm so glad that this guy made it in, like, what is your favorite one?
Probably the one that I've interacted with. I mean, I hate to cop out and say the Kratos one, but like that experience.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel
like
it.
made that like so pure for me.
Yeah.
That one was just really cool. But I really liked the frick, which one is it? The Last of Us ones.
Oh yes.
That are in there.
Yes.
Yeah, those were cool. When I found the infected one, it was like, oh, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, the clicker,
yeah.
the clicker.
Yeah. Didn't expect that one whenever I found it. Like I said, we were going through that list, or whatever of like some of the ones, and it was like, oh, that one's in there, and
yeah,
and then finding it like in the zone, because I actually thought that it was in like a Ragnarok zone, and then I started finding the Last of Us characters, and it was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was cool.
I low key like.
But honestly, yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but
you're good.
Just everything with that Ragnarok one so far, and even going through and having the ravens in the map too. And
yes.
You get the trophy if you destroy all the ravens that are in the map. I thought you would maybe get something too. I won't spoil it. That there is an experience that you get. I thought it would be different, but
yeah.
But that was just, like I said, that was just really cool, because like I said, it just gives you a reason to even go back, because there are some of the times where like you interact with one of the jump pads or something, and you're automatically at the end of the level, and you have to load back in anyway. So kind of gives you a reason to go back through if you jump back in a little bit. So like all the homages to Ragnarok in that one, or honestly just the God of War experience in that one, like that does top it for me. Like, it's been the topic of discussion already, but that one is the best one so far for me, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was gonna. That's why I say you're completely fine, because I was gonna say like, if I was going off of like how far you're into it, because I'm not gonna spoil anything later on in the game, but like, I think the fact that there are so many Ragnarok characters is just so awesome to see. Like the fact that they have Thor, the fact that they have these other characters I'm not gonna spoil.
I think there is an experience in it based off of some of the characters I know of that might be in it. That might make me change my mind, but we'll see when I get there. So
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about too. But
so we'll see.
What I will say, I think for me, just off of first memory, there were two early on from how far you're into it where I was like, I'm so happy they're here, and like one of them I was completely not expecting. One of them is Crash Bandicoot.
That was cool.
I was
the Crash one. I love how like full the outfit of the Crash Bandicoot one is, because it literally just looks like the Crash. Like you can kind of see the Astrobot face like underneath the nose, but like that's just like the most whole.
Yeah.
At least the one I've gotten so far. I know there's like ones where they're wearing like the suit of armor for the one. Or whatever, but like that one just dead up looks like Crash.
Yeah, it does. Well then the other one, which straight up is this character. There is no like looking like it. It just is the character, and that is Spyro.
Oh yeah, so, Spyro too. Yeah, that's true.
So that
Spyro,
I
forgot how good the Spyro looked.
I think Spyro might have been the one that I like freaked out about the most, because I was just not like I was just exploring the first unlockable area in the hub world, and I saw this egg, and I just thought it was gonna be like coins or something, like, and I hit it, and then legit Spyro just pops out, like not an Astrobot Spyro or anything, just Spyro just pops out, and I'm like, oh my god. And but what's interesting is both of those characters are now owned by Xbox, so to get those license they had to go through Xbox, which is crazy. So I was like, man, I'm so happy these two made it in, because they do have such a history on PlayStation. It's like, you have to.
The original games.
Another one that I was super surprised is in there is the Okami dog. I don't know if you know.
Is that the ghost dog?
Maybe he's a ghost.
The one that's like made of sunlight or whatever.
Yes, yeah, the one that has like a lot of orange markings or whatnot. You unlock him in the same area as Spyro. Yeah, I love seeing him.
He like follows you around if you go interact with him, right? That one.
I don't even know that. I don't know. No? Maybe.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, I love seeing him in there. What I will say, another thing, back to I feel like they could have just done even more. Like it could be better than it already is, even though there's nothing wrong. That first unlockable corner in the hub world, those like 3 Easter egg things that you can break open and a character pops out of.
Those are really cool.
Those are really cool, and then
I like that they added something to the home base thing.
Yeah, but then the problem is, all of the other 3 corners, in my opinion, are completely underwhelming compared to that first one.
Yeah, because the second one, now that I'm like over 100, like collected. The second one had a couple of cool like moments, like the interactable parts, but like all the additional stuff that I've gotten from it have been like, the first one was a lot more like suspenseful
and unfortunately it doesn't get better. It actually gets worse, in my opinion.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, so I it's just it's those things. I'm like, while it's so awesome that it's a thing, and while it's so fun, you can still make it better. Like I feel like
it lets the planets speak for themselves, I guess, a little bit. It doesn't put so much into the home base, but like I don't know, like a lot happens at the home base. All the custom stuff, all the the after you beat the galaxies and like find the parts back for it, like everything is built there, and then there's trophies built around like being at the base and like doing that, like bringing it for all of those like unlockable areas. Like I have to wait till I have over X amount of bots before I can even get here. Like don't make me play 12 hours of game to sort of make it mid when I get there. But that's where the rest of the game shines for itself. Like it's not moment after moment of that, at least to that extent anyway.
Yeah,
obviously, because there's tons of cool ways like cameos get introduced.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so I have 2. Let me think. Yeah, I have 2 main things that I want to talk about in terms of like, I guess, criticisms that I have about the game.
Okay.
And I don't know if you have anything else.
I have honestly, just
it might be what I'm going to talk about.
The replay bird is goated.
Oh, yeah.
When you go back through and try to find all the collectibles if you didn't get it through the first time, or
I have actually not used the bird.
And you have to go back. You haven't?
I have not.
I use it every time.
See,
obviously not the first time, but
I didn't know
if I accidentally go too far back. And it's because honestly it's because you told me that once you get the thing you can leave. So like once I have the bird, like I'm in and out of there quicker. Like not that I need to not because for a while I was just like F it, I'll just go through them again.
Yeah.
Like I was doing that for a while, but whenever it's like I missed one puzzle piece, okay, well I'm gonna go find that puzzle piece and I'm gonna get to the next planet.
Yeah.
So
I feel that.
Yeah. That's probably like the only praise thing. The map traverse was fun, like I said, in the space thing, and then just being a simple but wholesome story so far is just fun because it's just you wanting to hang out with your buddies again.
Yeah. Well, that is okay. So that is where one of my critiques comes in. And again, I feel like a broken record, but this goes back to what I'm saying, where while it's great and there's no problem with it, they could improve it. There are some things that they can add to just take it to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
I do love the story, how it's so simple. It's Astrobot with his crew filled with tons of PlayStation characters. You have to rebuild the PS5 and find your missing crew. I love all of that. I think this game needs an actual antagonist. Like I think whatever the next game is, they need a recognizable, iconic antagonist, because
I was just about to say that they should just pick like a super evil PlayStation villain. It should just be like I don't like a Spider-Man villain. Or something.
Like
I don't know, like that would be kind of cool.
Unfortunately, the main antagonist and the whole conflict within the game is quite literally a green alien, and that is as baseline as liking it, and that's pretty much all it is.
Imagine Imagine Sephiroth
Oh
being
my gosh.
the main enemy.
See, now that's the thing is like, okay, are we asking for too much? Because that's like insane
Yes,
level
yes.
of thing. You know what I mean?
I'm definitely asking for too
Yeah.
much by asking for
But
Sephiroth.
at the same time,
But
a
that would be
green
incredible.
alien, a green alien is the
A
best.
green
we
alien
can do.
floating around in a purple spaceship.
That's and you may be thinking, okay, well, what does the green alien look like? Literally a green alien. Like it's as Cartoon Network Nickelodeon green alien as you can possibly get. And again, I think
Picture a green cone cylinder type object with big eyes and a big goofy mouth.
yeah.
That's your alien.
And again, it's not like, I mean, the alien does what he's put. Like, he's there. He sets up the whole plot.
He's a menace. He spits on your stuff.
Right? Yeah, he does. But unfortunately, when you have things like Bowser in the same genre, when you have things like Dr. Eggman, when you have things like Dr. Nefarious, and then you get to Astrobot, and it's literally a green alien. It's like, okay, it doesn't make the game worse, but it could be so much better. Like, imagine if there was just even like an evil Astrobot, like a red Astrobot or something, would be so much more interesting than a green alien. Like,
yeah, because they definitely didn't like incorporate too many of the characters into the plot.
Right. Outside of those five secret,
they were just part of like the galaxy's end, but like the reason for the galaxy's end is the PlayStation part.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I was listening to that to the same podcast I mentioned earlier. One of them brought up the idea: what if it was like, what if they made the antagonist like a failed PlayStation game or like product? That like the whole plot line was like they wanted to have their place in the history of PlayStation. Like they felt like they got gypped because their product failed or something, and so they wanted to get back at all of the successes of PlayStation. I think that could be really interesting because that then sets up actual like emotion, like motives and stuff.
It should be the Forspoken cuff.
It. Bruh. I cannot believe you just mentioned Forspoken talking about Astrobot. Here we are.
You said, is that not, you just said it should be a failed PlayStation franchise that wants to redeem itself. What more to redeem itself than a game that had a studio shut down by its developer because of how terrible its game and response and performance was.
Yeah. But I do think
what was the
main
name? I don't remember. Do you remember?
No idea. Me
neither.
No, literally no idea. But I do think just having an iconic, memorable, interesting antagonist does help platformers. Like, platformers are known for having some of the most iconic, memorable villains. And in this one, it's literally a green alien. And so I do feel like, well, again, it's not a bad thing about the game. It's just kind of underwhelming. And it's like, man, I really wish they did more with that. Or I feel like they could easily do more with that. Even just like I said, like a red Astrobot, like an evil Astrobot would be so much more interesting. And then the second main issue, which again isn't an issue, they could just do it so much better.
Could be a green Astrobot, little homage to Microsoft.
Xbox, yeah. That's great. That's great.
Make it like a square, you know.
Oh
like
man.
But make it like a diamond, so it's like kind of like the Xbox logo, but
that'd
not
be
really.
so awesome.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
dude, the day we get an Astrobot crossover with Xbox would be insane, but that will never happen.
That would be crazy. No.
But then
There's
the
already
other
plenty of people saying it's going to be on PC pretty soon, though. So.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll
mods
we'll
would
see.
go insane. Just saying.
Yeah, mods for that game would go crazy. I honestly can't wait to see that someday.
The other thing I wish they improved on is the enemy variety in the game. I think there are a lot of creative enemies here, and there are some really cool enemies, but unfortunately, a lot of the enemies you're fighting in the first galaxy, you're still fighting in the fifth galaxy.
Yeah, so you were talking about that a little bit yesterday. Kind of like some of the things that you thought about it when we
Yeah.
were sort of like discussing it, and I guess it just sort of depends. I think when I was sort of thinking about it myself today, when I was like making notes and stuff about the enemy variety, is I suppose if you want to look at it as though if the enemies are supposed to be in support of the main antagonist, it would make sense for them to be repetitive throughout the thing, because it does change up here and there. Some levels there's like a snake here and there. Some levels there's like a different type of like bird type of creature or something that like comes after you here and there. So like there's the variety here and there, just doesn't go too much. But like at the same time, there's also nothing. I don't think again maybe further on if there's something happens, but I don't think there's anything deliberately stating in the game that these are enemies in support of this alien. The places you're just trying to go happen to conveniently be placed where they are. So
in terms of
I can understand the mobs and ads being the same if that's the principle, but nothing directly points to that being what it is.
Yes and no. In the final mission, there is those enemies kind of like going against you, but it's not the alien sending them out. They're like, so you could technically consider that the enemies are fighting alongside the alien,
right?
But
so it's like, are they just there because and they're against you because they're also jerks, or are they his mobs?
Yeah,
like,
they don't ever explain that.
That's what so like there's nothing deliberately explaining it. So if you want to bring like justice to it, you can be like, oh well, they're just mobs.
Yeah.
In it just just continue copy and paste mobs in continual support, because there are other things that do that too. Like Mario games or something. It's the same little Goombas or whatever going by.
Yeah.
Like that stays repetitive because they're always in support of Bowser and that sort of thing. But again, like that's intentional. Like in the Mario franchise that they're on behalf of Bowser and like the enemies for that. This game doesn't do that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And that's honestly not even something I was thinking about. But now you bring that up. No, that's actually true. That is like definitely a thing that would make it better. Is the fact that if they actually had a reason for being there.
Yeah.
But again, that is kind of like a nitpick because like platformers, there's so many just whatever enemies. All over the place.
Like it's nothing that breaks the game, but
right.
Like, it could have
there could have been more to it.
It either could have been deliberately explained that this is why you're going to keep seeing the same one-shot ad the whole time.
Yeah.
Or change it up a little more frequently throughout it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think for me, where I was coming more from is there are so many creative levels throughout the whole game. There was never once where a level felt like a reused idea or a just copy and paste or a filler level, right? All of it is so creative, so unique, so fun.
Yeah. Yeah, there's yet to be a level that hasn't changed up something within the level itself,
right?
And the design and the traversal that hasn't stayed fresh continuously. I just went through the Vegas level with like the slot machines and stuff, and the casino thing. That was awesome.
Oh man, that's one of the best levels. That's one of the best levels.
That was very cool.
Yeah.
The like I won't give away the tool, but the tool that you use to hit all the slot machines or whatever. On there, just neat, because like one of the bots are hidden in the machine. Never would have known that.
Yep.
And like I said, that's where the replay bird is like goated for me, because that replay bird let me experience that full scenario.
Yeah, for sure. But I think for me, it's like the fact that all those levels are so creative, but you can go from a snowy tundra to volcanoes, to underwater, to in space, and there's still the same exact enemies in each place.
Good point.
That to me is like literally in the underwater level, there's like these bubbles that you like basically aren't in water anymore, even though you're completely under the ocean, right? And there's still these electric enemies that you have to jump over with your like laser. You can't punch them. I'm like, why are there electric wired enemies in this water
Oh yeah,
level? And
the dreadhead
yeah,
enemy thing.
yeah, and I'm like, you could have easily used some kind of aquatic enemy here or something,
Yeah.
but they just shove
Or just a design like variation of the same thing, like you know,
right,
like
exactly,
an
electric eel,
skinning things
something.
and like making it a little like you could still give them the same thing, like you know, give them that like you know dreadhead wire type head, but yeah,
Yeah,
like they're a fish instead of like a crawl around thing, or they're a snail,
yeah,
you know, like something, yeah,
yeah, and it's just like
just a little variation, yeah,
right, yeah, and that's really all it is. It's like I don't think the enemies are bad in any way. I just think a little more
absolutely not.
variation could make it so much more of like
I love
an
the
interesting
predictability of the enemies because I know exactly
yeah,
what I need each time for them. I know
yeah,
to not hit the ones whenever their spikes are out because
yep,
they hurt.
yep.
And
I think the enemies work really well. I just think a little more
yeah,
variation could be really cool. Um,
for and it's the game itself that hurts the non variety of the enemies. If it didn't
yeah,
bring it everywhere else so much, you
mm-hmm,
know, like I referenced Mario earlier, which don't get me wrong, Mario in itself like brings it, you know, like visually, like what it does. The characters are fun, the iconicness of it, like
yeah,
everything. But you know, if Astrobot was just like if they just made it like a simple side scroller and made it the same thing like the whole time, but you know, like maybe you know still kind of 3D-ish like the Super Mario Wonder and like everything is, where you know it's
mm-hmm,
still the same side scroll game but it's still the same mechanic. If they would have made like a full like Astrobot game and like simplified it with the kind of graphics that it is now and kept it the same maybe we wouldn't be saying that so much. But because
right,
of where it brings it so much with the
yeah,
environments, for it to be the same continual enemy over and over and over again,
mm-hmm.
it's just that just
Yep, you
lacks a
have
little.
you have goo monsters that shoot out little goo balls in like every level. You
They
have
piss me off sometimes, man.
yeah. I will say there is one enemy where they kind of do the whole like let's dress it up like it actually belongs in this environment, and that is those spike people. Sometimes in like
Yeah.
in jungle levels they're like covered up with leaves and stuff.
Dude,
But
back to the Ragnarok one though. The enemies that were like homages to the ice enemies,
oh yeah,
like you couldn't hit them with the ice axe. You just had to hit them like
yep,
regularly.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
the ice attack didn't work on them. Like that was a cool
yeah,
like little variation
yeah,
built off of the environment. Like
yep.
let's do you like you know how to do it. Let's do it a little more.
Yep.
Like,
I will say the
yeah.
bosses in this game are phenomenal though.
They are.
Yeah, the
All
bosses
of
are
them are
really
fun.
good.
Even the ones that aren't relative, like to the game ones so
Yeah.
far. That like pirate one. That's all I'll say. The pirate
Oh
one.
yeah.
That one was fun.
Yeah.
Took me a couple tries. I kept falling off the one and kept getting hit by the like shatter shock thing.
Also, something else I would love to see them do in the next one again, is you do reuse, like, you know how some levels you basically have like an assigned ability throughout the whole level, like the casino one. You have the the awesome one throughout the whole level.
Mm-hmm.
You do reuse those abilities like
Yes.
2 to 3 times throughout the whole game.
That
Where it while I love the abilities, it does kind of hinder it being like specific to that one awesome level, like right, like that ability in the casino game fits that world so well, like it is
it
perfect.
does.
But
It
then
does.
you get it again in like a completely different world, and while I love it, I would like to see a couple more abilities spread throughout the whole game.
That was actually like one of my major like negative. That's actually my very first like negative point that I wrote down for it, or that the tools that you get allotted in this game should be perma. They should be something that you always have, and once you get that in a level, all levels, in my opinion, I think should have reasons to like hotbar around to need that specific thing. I think
Oh, that's a really good
I
idea. Oh wow.
I think they should have just expand from the minute you get like I said, the the frog gloves, that's all I'll say for those.
Yeah.
But like the minute you get those, the minute you get the one in Vegas, the minute you get the one that like the bubble one,
Yeah.
the minute you get those, those should be things that you have at all times at your
Man.
disposal. And from the moment you get it, there should be moments in each of, oh, I need this now, let's switch. I
Yeah.
need this now, let's switch.
I feel that.
Like that would be something. That's something I think they should do, because like finding it again, it's like, ooh, which one am I gonna need? Like that's cool.
Yeah.
But having it all the time, because of how like simplistic the UI is, and there's not like a bunch of like menus and like hotbars, having it just be like left and right on the D-pad or something, just to switch between the tools that you may need for this particular moment, just would be awesome.
I agree. No, that's actually a really great idea. Like that is a perfect example of like everything in this game is awesome, but you could go so much farther. You could go so much deeper. It could be so much better, even though it is so good. Like it's like the argument for 10 out of 10 is there, but for me, I still feel like there is so much potential. That is a great example.
A couple of improvements that don't hurt the game that they're not there. Right. I would just like to see it, and that's what it would push it over the threshold for me.
Right. Right. Like I think a lot of like you could look at a lot of games and be like, oh, that game was so fun, but all the sequels get better and better until we finally got that masterpiece entry in the series. It's like, okay, yes, I get it. We're here. We're there now. Astrobot's finally out. It's the first official game, and it's so fun. It's a 10 out of 10. But you have to think, where is it going? Is like 3 games down the line, are you really going to be looking back at this one and being like, yep, that was still peak Astrobot? It's like, it is still a peak enjoyment experience for sure. But I do think, looking back at it, there's still so much room to improvement. I do still feel like we are still heading upwards. And which is great. That is not a criticism at all. That is a testament of how creative the concept of Astrobot and just how
I can see how big the game can go.
Yeah. Absolutely.
From this game, I can see what they can do. Like I said, just from like thinking of like a small little improvement to tools and map utilization of those tools more regularly.
For sure.
Because it brings more charm to those tools.
For sure.
Also,
For sure.
Also, give us a map. Give me a map when I'm in the level.
Oh. Yeah, I could see that.
It's nitpicky.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's a thing.
But just give me one. That would be cool.
Yeah.
A nice little, like, lovely little map to look at. You can even keep it space themed if you want. Just like plop my little island there. But like especially when you go back the second time, so it'll like let it, like maybe it lets you like mark and like pinpoint like where it is too.
Yeah.
Like your particular collectible, or not. Like say like maybe not even too, but like opening up the map, which maybe that's maybe there's like intentional, because there are times when I went back and found out the only reason I didn't find that one bot is because I just didn't look over the edge right there. Like I walked by 16 times, but I just needed to look over the edge, and boom, there it was. I just needed to fall down. Not only was the bot down there, there's 15 coins. Okay, cool. Like that was just me like simply missing that. But like a small little mini map or something would just be kind of neat, or like I said, something to hit pause and boom, something's there.
Yeah,
it'd be kind of cool.
Man, can you imagine if in the next game, you could like assign a character to like be your companion, like to like fight alongside you or whatnot?
Oh, that would be cool.
Can you imagine that?
You get like their particular perks. Like obviously there would have to be a certain like finite amount of them.
Yeah.
That like only like 10 of them, or like not even be more exclusive than that. Only like 5 of them can be followers.
And that is the thing. It's
obviously
like
Kratos would definitely be one.
And that is the thing of like, okay, if you wanted to say it's a 10 out of 10, I can understand, because like I feel like because we are here now, the fact that it is finally a full official game and that it did live up to the hype in terms of all the Easter eggs and the fact that it is a celebration of PlayStation, it's like we want to go bigger, like having a companion with perks, having like deep like story elements with all these characters. Okay, that might be asking for a lot. But
ability to like summon them as as yourself, like once you complete that galaxy, you summon and you are the ape escape person. You summon and you are the Kratos with the axe. Maybe not even necessarily like said the companion, but like you can assign like a skill to yourself that like gives you the advantage of that person with you in that moment. Just neat.
Yeah, and we're not asking to make like the most impossible game ever, but I think for me, and this is the final thing I'll say before we move on, is we finally got this game, and I firmly do believe a large part of its magic is the fact that it is the Easter egg fest. It is the reference fest. Like, while yes, the platforming and creativeness of level designs and everything is still superb, we cannot deny that having those Easter eggs and references make it 10 times better. My thing is, let's turn that into genuinely like what the game is about. Like, you could easily take all the guest characters out and just replace them with some generic original Astrobots.
Yeah.
Outside of the God of War levels and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Literally just let the cameos be the end level type situation. Let the rest of the game just be Astrobot, speak for itself, be what it is,
right.
And then
you could easily do that.
The big end moments are the cameos, and that's it.
Right. Yeah. You could easily do that. But you could make everything.
That's actually kind of what I thought it was. I didn't realize there were going to be like 300 types to collect. I thought it was going to be a handful of 50 or something in there. It wasn't until I started reading more on it and then seeing the collection was like, oh, this is huge.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like, I do think you can just take it to that next step.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm landing at a 9.5.
I feel that.
Yeah.
Let's say, man, kind of tucked right there with you at 9 for me.
Yep.
I'm
gonna let you know right now.
My critiques mostly are just nitpicky. Nitpicky type stuff on things that I want bigger, but because of the experience I'm having in the game, I know it can be possible because I'm looking at
the impossible.
Can do.
Yeah.
and I'm looking at what you already can do, and based off of what I think I want from it, it doesn't seem like it's not a possibility for you to achieve.
The end of Galaxy 2.
That, I get it.
The end of Galaxy 2 is the perfect example of more is possible.
Yeah. That part is just so good.
I will say your score probably will go up by the end of finishing the main story.
Okay.
I don't know if it'll hit 10. That's not up to me. That's completely up to you.
We'll
but
see. We shall see.
I do feel like your score will go up.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit. But so there is Astrobot. I know we had a meaty discussion about that. Took a little longer than I thought we would, but hey, it's a game, bro. It is a video game. We had to talk about it.
It is. AB deserves so much love, man.
AB, go support. By the way, go buy this game, people, or just play. Share it, spread it, whatever.
Experience it.
Yeah,
go play Playroom if you haven't.
Yeah.
Go experience Playroom. Maybe go watch some gameplay of some other projects that Astrobot's involved with if you really want to get the love and lore and really see how far Astro's come.
Yo, Mike Easy
but
in the chat said I'll go 9 out of 10. So good though. Yeah, we completely agree with you. Do you know who he is?
Don't let this man troll you.
Okay. Well, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
Yeah. But anyway, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Let's move on. We're just gonna skim over the news. just so we can get to that big discussion, because who knows how long that ending discussion is going to be as well. So the first pair of news, real quick, for me, I don't know if Jordan has anything to weigh on it. Prince of Persia DLC was announced. It did get a release date and some information.
I do not, but I'm stoked for you, buddy.
Hey, I love Prince of Persia Lost Crown. Mask of Darkness is the DLC. It is releasing September 15th. It is $5, which is awesome.
That is really cool.
And it's 4 to 6 hours in length.
I did see the cheap price on it. That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's 4 to 6 hours in length, which is awesome. There's 3 new biomes, 3 new boss fights. There is more focus on platforming, new traversal elements, traps, enemies, and more. This sounds awesome to me. I am so ready for that. Black Myth Wukong has now sold 18 million copies.
That's so insane.
Awesome. Dude, that's a debut game from a new studio. That's insane.
It's so insane.
They've made more than $700 million in revenue. That is, and the budget was like 70 million, I think, or something like that. So they made bank, man. And the fact that they made this game off of a $70 million budget just goes to show you Spider-Man 2 does not need $300 million budget to be amazing.
No.
But what's even more exciting is Game Science announced, due to their success, they have 2 DLCs planned, and they're not even calling it DLCs. They're calling it expansions. So I'm thinking like Shadow of the Erdtree type stuff, Phantom Liberty type stuff.
Yeah, like whole other gameplay type stuff.
And they're already working on the next game, Black Myth Zhangzia. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's gonna basically be another Chinese tale, folklore, whatever.
I'm trying to look up the name.
I just realized I said Yo Mike Easy. It's just Yo Mikey.
Yo Mike Easy.
Yo Mike Easy. I apologize.
I can't find the spelling anywhere, or else I would try to
Jiangziya.
Okay, yeah.
So it's like Zhangzia. I don't know.
Confirmed along with 2 DLCs.
Yep.
Okay.
And apparently
Crazy.
the game was originally supposed to have 13 chapters, but they released only 6 longer chapters because of the budget. So everyone's thinking these expansions are going to be that cut content. So I'm thrilled because I've been itching to play this game more, and so as soon as that DLC comes out, you already know I am
plenty for you guys.
I'm in there.
Plenty for it to come.
Concord was shut down this week.
Yeah, it was good old month life.
Not even, bro. It was 2 weeks.
Such a letdown, man. My biggest thing, I don't have like a lot to say about Concord apart from like the obvious, like, you know, play of it being an Overwatch clone that nobody asked for. Is how much of a letdown it was for me based off of the initial cinematic announcement trailer. The effort and budget and animation into that like 10-minute like animation that made it look like we were about to get one of the sickest personality filled space RPGs we've ever seen in our life, and then it's a 5v5 objective game. Brother, have you seen that? That initial cinematic thing.
I was there watching it live. I have a reaction on the channel.
Dude,
yep.
it
was awesome.
It looks like it's like a variation of Guardians of the Galaxy without all the copyright stuff. Like it looked like it was about to be one of the most fun games to come out, because I was like, this looks sick. And then the developers started talking about it, and I lost interest immediately. And it was like, man, like, because it's, and again, like I don't want it to fail for the people that were involved. The amount of work that I know probably like went into it, all those people deserve like to be rewarded for their efforts, because it's not like the game looked bad or you know, like the game, like there wasn't effort behind it. Like I said, that cinematic alone, the personalities that they put in the characters from it, like there were efforts there. It's just you just missed the mark on just sort of being what you were, because nobody was really demanding another type of game like that.
Yeah.
But I would love them to like turn it around somehow, or somebody to buy the rights for it and turn those characters into an RPG. Because I would immediately buy it if they could redeem those characters and that arc from like how cool that story build was from that trailer. I would pay full price for like because that trailer, that the interaction between the characters in that got me so hype.
Yeah.
Got me so hype off of like how good it was going to be because of how well like the voice acting was.
Yeah.
And then it just ended up being like what it was, and the poor game shut down weeks later. Servers are gone. Like it's not a joke.
Game had a $100
we out here,
or game had a
$100
million budget, and it sold 25,000 copies worldwide. It unfortunately is going down in the history books as PlayStation's biggest flop of all time. And unfortunately, in the industry we live in today, that studio's probably going to get closed down. I mean, that is a tank that I don't know if you can really recover from. Like, it is... That's a really bad, and I feel for the people who spent like 6 years to 8 years working on that game.
Yeah.
And
plus I hope those people that are practically out of a job to support the game, either find work quick, or got some sort of severance that's going to be able to like set them up for a while based off of what they were able to do somehow.
Yeah.
That way no one struggles, because obviously there was a lot of probably work and effort behind that project.
Yeah.
So.
And there's so much to talk about this topic. It's been talked about social media for a week now, and I've expressed a bunch of feelings. I've talked to people, we've had conversations about it. But I think the bottom line, because I don't want to spend too much time on this, is the game shut down the same day as Astrobot came out. I just hope this is a lesson for PlayStation. Look at what the people want. People are voting with their wallets. They are putting money where their mouth is. If that is not a clear indication, you're having one of the biggest successes, maybe of all time, for PlayStation in Astrobot, and you just had one of your biggest flops of all time. And there is a very clear genre difference between those. There's a very clear difference in what type of game you are making. It is a lesson in front of your face. If you do not take that lesson, then...
Space is the only thing relative.
Yeah, literally. So, I mean, it's not rocket science to figure out that PlayStation fans don't really want live service games. But what I will say is, not every live service game is a complete failure or just bad idea.
No.
It's very risky, and it's not exactly what we want you to focus on. It's okay if you want to do like one-off. Like Helldivers 2 was awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. But you, like, according to reports a couple years ago, they have like 13 live service games in development. You do not need to be doing that.
That's so many.
That is just not the way you got to do it.
Because how many of those are just going for cash grab type of stuff?
Right. And that's and unfortunately, many of them aren't even gonna grab cash. They're like Concord. They're just gonna be a mega failure. But let's just hope they learn their lesson, and we hope for the studio that, honestly, hopefully they get a second chance to do something. I would love if they did. I don't want them to be closed. Let me just state that. In today's industry where there's layoffs left and right, there's studio closures left and right, it seems really likely that's unfortunately going to be the case. But I hope not. I hope they get a second chance. I hope they get a chance to prove themselves. Because there is some good things about Concord. It just wasn't the right game at the right time, and it's just, very unfortunate. Mm-hmm. I think that's pretty much the big news that happened this week.
There's Astrobot news.
What's that?
There's Astrobot controversy.
Oh yeah? When was that?
Yep. One of the creators of Days Gone. Did you hear about this?
No.
No?
Apparently,
the creator of Days Gone, or one of the creators of Days Gone that like helped create the Deacon character, I guess, is just not too thrilled at the portrayal of it. and just sort of seems like they were using Days Gone as a way to sell Astrobot. So yeah, I was reading about that, and then obviously GTA 6 delay possibly. So
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. We don't know if this is official or anything. This is just a rumor, but apparently GTA 6 may have internally gotten delayed to 2026, which there is huge implications for that, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's gonna be nuts if it does get pushed back.
Because they're like, that is because whether we like it or not, GTA 6 is gonna be the biggest game of all time. Like it just is.
Dude.
It was the biggest trailer of all time. It's been like one of the most anticipated games for like the last decade. I mean, it's just gonna be the biggest game of all time, whether we like it or not. I'm not even a big GTA fan, but I just can't deny the facts here.
I'm really looking forward to it. So, because I'm
looking forward to it. I'm just I don't.
I play 5 like once a year, honestly. So
Okay, fair. See, I've played it and I've enjoyed it, but I'm not like going crazy for GTA. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No.
But I'll definitely play it. I'm excited to play it. I'm sure it'll be great. But I guess the two big things for right now for me, next year is looking insanely goated. There are so many games coming out next year. It's absurd. I do think pushing what will be the biggest game of all time out of 2025 will not only help everything else coming out that year, because no matter what month you release GTA 6 in, anything else that comes out around it is non-existent pretty much, because everybody and everything is going to be focused around GTA 6. And the same thing goes for, which is why I also think it's a good idea.
It would have to be like Portal 3 big to beat it. Like it would have to be,
it would have to be another Smash Bros or something. Like it would have to be
something insane.
And the other thing is
game,
you have another thing like that coming out next year, the Switch 2 or whatever that is.
Yeah,
whenever the Switch 2 comes
if they
out,
don't call it the Super Nintendo Switch.
I swear, dude. I swear. I'm right there with you. It needs to be the Super Nintendo Switch.
Call it the Super Nintendo Switch and make it the old, like, off white and purple scheme color.
Man, that'd be amazing.
It would be. It'd be cool.
But yeah, whenever the Nintendo Switch 2 comes out, that'll be the talk of the town. Like that'll be the majority focus for a lot of things.
For sure.
So I do think freeing up that space with GTA 6 moving to 2026 is maybe a good move. What I will also say is it'll also help GTA 5 because that'll give it more time to get polished, and because who knows how big this game actually is. So it'll probably just help the development of that game. But I think what's even more interesting is there's been a lot of reports and a lot of rumors within the last, like this year, that Xbox is reportedly planning on cutting the current generation early and starting the next console earlier than normal. Meaning, the current reports is that they're aiming for 2026. So, if that is the case, it'll be a really interesting... It'll just be really interesting to see how the market reacts to GTA 6 being available on a next-gen console compared to the current market leader being PlayStation. And the fact that it's not on PC. Like, it's not launching on PC day one. They already said it's gonna take like 8 to 12 months for it to release on PC after its initial release. So you're gonna have to choose a console. If there is that next gen Xbox, which is usually Xbox hardware is really powerful compared to PlayStation, which is the market leader, it's just gonna be really interesting to see how all of that plays out. And I am a firm believer that I think Xbox is going to release the next console in 2026 alongside their handheld console. It just seems like that's where they're going, because they're not doing a Pro or anything, unlike PlayStation. PlayStation is doing a Pro. Yeah. And so we'll just have to see. Again, this could be a huge conversation, but I mean, I've talked about it in the past a lot, and we don't have concrete information yet. It's really just rumors, so... I mean, do you have any thoughts on this whole situation?
No, I don't think so. I just think not releasing it next year, I think is going to mean a whole lot more than what we'll even know for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think for it to be delayed with it like sort of being that promise of like fall 25 for the longest time,
Yeah.
or like that suggested rumor that fall 25 is what, like, since the launch trailer, like what happened, what actually happened between like here and then from like that rumor now leak of like where it's going to be delayed, and like is that going to be like okay, so yeah, it's delayed to spring, or is it like okay, but it's like November 2026?
They
like,
said early. They said early 2026. That's what the reports are saying. Yeah.
And that's for now. Like
yeah.
Who's to say?
Who knows?
Who's to say there wouldn't be even another push?
Cyberpunk got delayed 20 times, man.
hey, here we are.
Yep. All right. Well, let's get to our just talking conversation, talking topic. What are we talking? What am I trying to say right now? I don't even know. Our next topic. Usually at the end of all the podcasts, we have this just interesting topic that we could just conversate about and just talk video games. And so, in the wake of Alan Wake, in the wake of Astrobot, I said earlier that I'm going through an existential crisis, thinking about how I feel about this game, because, like I said, I'm either at a 10 out of 10 or a 9.5. After our conversation, I'm pretty confident I'm at a 9.5. But I think the argument for it being a 10 out of 10 is there. But what it's got me doing is thinking about how I feel about a lot of other games because of where I scored it at. Because Astrobot is so fun and it is so good. It really is peak at a lot of times. But for some reason, I don't feel like it's a 10 out of 10. And there are games that I have given 10 out of 10s that I would easily play Astrobot over. And so it's like, okay, well then are they really 10 out of 10s? You know what I mean? So it's like, it's kind of giving me this existential crisis of like, what game do I like more? How would I rate this? Is the way I rate things even make sense? Like, it's just giving me a whole brain. Like, I've gotten headaches thinking about this, because I'm going to let you know right now. One of the big things is I still prefer Ratchet and Clank over Astrobot.
Okay, yeah.
Right? But there are games that, I don't know, it's just so confusing. Like, games that I prefer over, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. It's a whole complicated mess. So pretty much what I'm trying to do here is set up what this topic is. I've specifically asked Jordan because we talk a fair amount, but we don't have these meaty conversations on a daily basis. So I think it'd be really interesting if we have a full conversation about making a new grading scale. So I don't know if this is numbers. I don't know if this is words. I don't know if this is tiers. I don't know if this is whatever we want it to be. We're going to conversate, and we're going to try and brainstorm what we think is the best possible way to do a review system, because I want to implement this into my reviews on the channel. So whatever we come up with here is what I'm going to be using in my reviews going forward. And whatever we come up with here, I'm going to use to reevaluate some games that I think I may have given the wrong score to. And so we're going to talk about that. And to help with this, I've asked Jordan to come up with 1, 2, maybe more, up to him, examples of where he would say this game is. So, like, if we decide to go with a point system, which I'm pretty sure we're going to end up on a point system, what is our example of a 10 out of 10 game? What are some examples of 9 out of 10 games? What are some examples of 5 out of 10 games? We're going to talk about that, because I think to really understand how we feel about a game and what we think a review system should be, we need to know, what are we basing it off of? What are we judging it off of? And we're even going to talk about that. How do you even approach a review, let alone a score? Like, what are the things you look at in a review? So this is going to be a meaty conversation. I don't know how long it's going to be. I don't know how many times we're going to branch out. I don't know. Who knows? This could be another 5-hour podcast. I hope not. But, it could be. So this is going to be a really interesting conversation. So, let's just go ahead. Let me just ask you, Jordan. What is your preferred method of doing reviews? Is it like a 10-point scale? Is it a 20-point scale, meaning 0.5s? Is it a like a 5-point scale, like 4 to 5s? Is it a tier system? Is it like S tier, A tier, or is it you just say a word like it's phenomenal? Like, what is your go to like way of rating a game?
So I would probably say simplistic as far as just like 1 through 10. Probably if I just sort of had to break it down to like one thing or the other, just being like 1 through 10. Um, I do. I do say that I think there are a lot of games that are good that sort of play like filler roles. So it's kind of hard to like necessarily like always grade them on the same thing because they sort of just all fit in the same sort of filler roles. So like a lot of, like I said, I've got a list of a couple ones here that just sort of all, in my opinion, just sort of fit the same sort of like right in that cusp. Like a lot of things just really belong near a 7. You know what I mean? So, like the game's fun, the game's interactive. There's a fairly decent story to it. The voice acting isn't terrible. But it's nothing special. It's nothing groundbreaking. It's everything just sort of fits somewhere relative to a grade scale, even if it doesn't necessarily belong there. So like sort of tier system too.
Yeah.
But like if I just had to be sort of plain and simple, I guess I would just sort of go like a basic sort of 1 through 10 grade scale.
Okay. Do you like including 0.5s?
On occasion, like I said, I think that's where either filler titles come in or games like Astrobot, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
If there is something that sort of pushes me over that threshold
Yeah.
of like past 9, like does one more cameo experience push me over it? Even though like I already feel like the critiques that I have can never make it a 10 for me.
Right.
Yes, I think it could still be better than the 9 that I'm already giving it. So I do think it's situational, but based off of why am I giving it the 0.5 versus, am I just giving it a 0.5 to not give it the full grade scale, or am I giving it that extra half point because it does deserve it, but that, that extra half it's not getting is there for a reason.
Right. Yeah, I feel that because one thought I had was like, if I give it a 9.5, worst case scenario, if you make the argument you don't want to do 0.5s, okay, then it rounds up. Then it's a 10 out of 10 game, you know what I mean? But it's like, again, it's something like sometimes giving it a score just doesn't feel exactly right. And I will say, what's also interesting is if I was to put it on a tier, I do believe 9.5s or 10 out of 10s are like S tier games, in my opinion. Like those are S tier games. And I do see Astrobot as an easy S tier game. Mm-hmm. And so it's just really interesting to look at like what you see numbers as and then what you see tiers at. And I completely agree with you. It's so interesting. Like, it just depends on the games a lot of times. Like, how am I supposed to put Planet Coaster 2 on the same grading scale as Black Myth Wukong? Like, there really has to be that balance, or it needs to make sense.
Yeah,
is what I'm trying to see. So we're gonna brainstorm here.
What's the reason that you're placing it where it is? Because like I said, Black Myth Wukong with like the combat, the story, the history, the visuals, and everything to it, and then you compare it to Super Mario RPG.
Go-to game. I love Mario
right,
RPG.
like super terrific, remake, based off of what it is, but like if that happens to have been one of your favorite titles, but you also really like it, like they may both belong in S tier for you, but is one a 9 and one a 7? Maybe.
Yeah.
So
so I do think there are a couple things we need to tackle first before trying to come up with this grading scale. We do need to talk about what is it that makes it a 10 out of 10, that makes it a 9 out of 9? And that's what some of our examples are for. But I think before we get there, I need to have the conversation with you that I had with Austin last week that unfortunately kind of did make it that 5-hour podcast. And we kind of got into like a little bit of a heated conversation. Not like heated where we were genuinely mad at each other, but like it was like both of us trying to prove our points. And it was just a lot of bad back and forth stuff. It was a great conversation, by the way. Shout out to Austin for the awesome conversation. And that is, I basically made the argument of, I believe whatever score you give a game should be how you personally feel about a game. In the terms of
not based like what is the impact because of what it is.
No, because like a lot of time,
like
I'll give you an example.
You don't like the Last of Us 2 because why you don't like it, not so much what it actually, how big it is. Is that sort of what you mean? Or?
Right. So here, I'll give you an example. Austin thinks Final Fantasy 16 is a 10 out of 10 game. That is his personal rating of the game. But every time we have a conversation about the game, he then brings up, he goes, well, objectively, though, it's an 8 out of 10 game. Right?
Okay, yeah.
And so my argument is, I think you can still be objective, but I think at the end of the day, you should still score the game what you feel.
Yeah.
Because
well, it's 100% based off of how you're doing. Like I said, it just refers back to, you know, how do you grade tier system? Like, you know, I look at certain games as 10 out of 10, but I look at other games as, you know, just as important to me because of my experience with them. Even though, you know, there's a game that I can beat in 8 hours that means just as much to me as the 200 hours I've put into, you know, Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
You know, so it's my opinion.
Right. I know. I completely agree. And
yeah.
And this whole thing started because in my Black Myth Wukong review, because as you guys know, if you've been paying attention to the channel, I scored Black Myth Wukong a 10 out of 10. And, you know, I could get into all the reasons, and I probably will eventually. But in my review, I stated that at the end, I'm like, and just so everybody's aware, all these reviews that I do on my channel, it is completely biased, completely my personal opinion. I'm not a critic. I'm not adjusting my score to make sense with what the general... Yeah, I'm going to tell you what I feel, how much I enjoyed the game. And I mentioned in the review, and I said a statement because, dude, in that review, bro, I was passionate. That's one of my favorite reviews. Like, it was like a 23-minute review or something. I went in, I was just talking about so many great things. And at the end of it, I just started speaking from the heart. And I made a statement in there that low-key I hold by now. Like, I'm 100% a supporter of the statement I said. And I basically said that I believe your reviews and your ratings should be personal, should be biased. Because at the end of the day, an objective point of view is just a secondary opinion trying to fit in.
Can relate. Can agree.
That's really all it is. Because if Austin thinks if Final Fantasy 16 is a 10 out of 10, but objectively thinks it's an 8 out of 10, and I asked him why, and he said because I think there are issues about the game that would keep most players at an 8 out of 10. And I'm like, okay, so that's the score based on what you think other people would see the game as. And I'm like, I don't think that's how it should be. I think you genuinely should be promoting what you feel about the game. Because at the end of the day, no one's going to come up to you and ask, yo, what do you objectively think about this game? They're going to ask you, yo, what do you think of Baldur's Gate 3? What are you thinking about Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth? They're going to ask me, what do you think of Black Myth Wukong? And I'm going to tell them without a second guess. I'm I'm gonna be like, oh, I love it. It's a 10 out of 10 game. It is like an awesome experience. I'm gonna tell them some of the flaws and issues it has, but that doesn't mean it needs to lower my score. You know, nothing's perfect. And if you're making the argument that, okay, it shouldn't be 10 out of 10, though, then it's perfect, then no game should be a 10 out of 10. Because there is nothing perfect. And so...
It's your 10 out of 10.
Right, exactly. And that's what I'm going to say. And, you know, it's just the thing of, like... I do think an objective point of view is just your secondary take trying to fit in or blend in with the mass
Conform.
general opinion. Right. Because at the end of the day, there are games that I love that people hate. There are games that I hate that people love. But I am not going to change my opinion or rating of a game because that's not how I feel.
Yeah,
you know?
That's how you feel about it.
Right.
I get it.
So that's, and we had a huge discussion about that. And pretty much my bottom line is, in my Black Myth Wukong review, I said a lot of the criticisms. I said a lot of things. I'm like, I could see why people don't like this. But for me, it's not the end of the world. And I was still able to enjoy this game so much that I found it a 10 out of 10.
Unless your job in that moment is to report the general review success of it. When you're talking about a game, it should be what your mind comes to.
Yes, 100% agree. 100% agree. Like, and I'm not paid to do reviews. I'm not a critic. I'm not working for IGN. I'm a YouTube. I won't even call myself a YouTube. I mean, I am, but I am a player who loves playing games, talking about games, and I share my opinions and feelings wherever I feel like it, and that's what I'm gonna do. You know.
Yes, sir.
Because almost, and you could even look at it from this other perspective. If you're giving an objective point of an objective rating, you're almost telling somebody that's how they should feel about the game, in a way. Like, objectively though, it's like an 8 out of 10. Okay, so that means it's an 8 out of 10. No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
It's a 10 out of 10 for me. It's a 10 out of 10 for me. I don't know how you'll feel. There are some issues with it, but you may enjoy it like I did, or you may not. You know, because at the end of the day, there might be other people just like you who can avoid those issues, and it's still a 10 out of 10. And that is what you should be promoting. If someone came up to me and asked, what do you think of Ghost of Tsushima? There is no chance in the world I am not saying it is a 10 out of 10. It's like an 81 or 82 on Metacritic. That is so much lower than so many other games, but I do not care. It is a 10 out of 10 in my mind, and there is no way. There's just no belief in my head that it's not. And so I do genuinely believe you should take every rating like completely personally. That is your personal take on a game.
For sure.
So I do think that comes into...
Agreed.
I do think that needs to play into how you do a review, how you do a grading scale, because, and that's kind of why I've been struggling with this, is because I had that like realization while playing Black Myth Wukong, and then Astro came out, and I'm like, something just doesn't feel 10 out of 10 to me. So now I have all these thoughts and reasons of why the grading scale is kind of messed up. So that's why we're here today. So let's just go ahead and come to a conclusion here. How do we want to do a grading scale? Do we want to do a 20-point system, meaning 1 through 10 with 0.5s? I think that is kind of what we should do. I think having a 20-point system makes sense.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of having tiers in there as well. Like, because what I've been doing in my reviews is I give a number rating and then I give a tier rating.
Yeah.
But does that confuse things, you know? So
I don't think so, because I think you're giving a grade individually, and then whenever you're tiering games, you're putting them on the same level.
Right. Yeah. I agree.
So, like, it's individual score versus, its rank necessarily.
In its place in the industry.
Yeah. Some when it's the top 5 games ever, something has to fill slots 1 through 5
Right.
of the top 5 games ever. Like there's Hall of Fame, sports players.
Oh, my bad.
And there's a finite amount of them, and there's tons of like really good sports players, but there's only X amount of people who are in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
But there are so many athletes out there who never made the Hall of Fame in their respective sports, but that still does not mean they weren't world-class athletes.
Right.
So like their individual score for themselves where Dan Marino never won a Super Bowl, but he was still an elite quarterback in his time. And then there are people who have won Super Bowls because of the team that they're on and because of the things that they're involved with and how they're set part of it, which is why like I can see the objective side of Austin's point of view for like Final Fantasy as a whole is 10 out of 10. Final Fantasy like as a whole, from like the get-go of the first game to the subset games to the everything that they've done for it, Final Fantasy as a whole is a 10 out of 10 franchise.
Right.
Each individual metric in itself has its own score.
Right.
So like Final Fantasy is an S tier rating franchise game, but Final Fantasy 15, in my opinion, which I've even got it written here, is a solid 6.
Final Fantasy 16 is a 6?
15.
Oh, 15. Okay. I was about to say, I said 16.
But honestly,
like
after I wrote 15 down, like part of me biasness, I actually think I might change my 15 score because I genuinely enjoy 15. I think 15,
like 15.
could be a solid 7, 8. I just, I think it just needs a little bit more to its very vast open worldness, but that's other parts. But yeah, no, I think doing both can be extremely beneficial because the way you're looking at the game belongs at different levels. Everything
Right.
deserving its own individual score versus just being on par with something else. Because S tier games like Pokemon Legends Arceus, if you feel like that's an S tier game in the Pokemon series, and then you also think the first Last of Us is one of the greatest PlayStation titles ever. Those two could both be S tier titles, but maybe your individual score is different for each one.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I completely agree. So let's just go. So all right, so we've settled on a 20-point grading scale with numbers, and we're gonna have tiers. We're not gonna mess with the tiers. S through F with no E. Simple.
Okay.
Pretty much how all tiers work. So you have S, A, B, C, D, and F. So let's go ahead. And I think when we do examples of our games, I think this is where we can classify like certain words. Like obviously 10 out of 10 means masterpiece. Like that's pretty much what 10 out of 10 means.
Sure.
In my opinion, like 9 should mean like phenomenal, I guess, or like 9.5 should be phenomenal. 9 be like amazing. So we can kind of explain all that how we feel. There we go. And the reason I say is because one of the channels I watch, kind of funny, shout out to them. They have a grading scale where it's like it's a 10 or it's a 20-point system, but they have 1 through 10, neglecting the 0.5s, has like a word. 10 is masterpiece, 9 is amazing, 8 is great, 7 is good, 6 is okay. And I do think that kind of helps, and that's kind of how I was able to come up with a score for Star Wars Outlaws. Is I'm like, you know what? 7 out of 10 kind of means good in my opinion, and I do think it's just a good game. Like that's that's as far as I'd go. So I do think that is kind of effective for a grading scale.
Cool.
So let's just go ahead. Let's jump to 10, and I'm just gonna go, and I'm writing this down so I have it for all my reviews. I do think 10 out of 10 means masterpiece. And we need to explain, and we need to talk about.
I can agree.
What makes a 10 out of 10 game? Like, what is it we're looking for in a 10 out of 10 game? What is it that does 10 out of 10 stand for? Like, what does masterpiece stand for? So that's why we have some examples. I don't know how many you have. I have 3.
I have 3 in my opinion for 10.
Cool. So go ahead and give your first one, because I'm curious.
Okay.
I'm curious, and that's the thing. I don't know. This would also just be fun for me and Jordan, because we don't know. Like, I know some of his favorite games, but like, we're gonna go through a lot here, and we're just gonna learn how we think of some games that we'd never talked about. So this will be fun.
Okay.
What do you got?
So I'm just gonna go ahead and drop the bombshell.
Uh-oh. I mean, I already know.
A definite 10 out of 10 game for me. I'm gonna start with Red Dead 2.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think everything about Red Dead Redemption 2 screams 10 out of 10. Because I think even because there's always that whole meme of, you know, like content creators like playing the first like hour or 2 hours of the game, and it's like, man, is this game like gonna pick up? Like, I'm not really like into this snow part, and then it shows them like weeping at the end because of like everything that they've just experienced. And I think that was intentional, because it teaches you to like be patient, because yes, like the very beginning of that game like isn't near as interactive as when you get 26 hours into it. But it's getting through that part of, because it's struggle. I mean, the first couple hours of that, you're struggling. You're trying to find food. You're rescuing someone. Like you're fending off wolves. You're mourning because some of your people just died. You're saving someone from, you know, like the enemies that you get introduced to. Like all of it is like patience and struggle. And this is awful. This sucks.
Yep.
You know, like, you know, but because that's what's happening. And then it opens up and it expands into this beautiful story with customization and skill and story building and decisions and path making, on top of just a vast like open world. I don't think open world is necessary for 10 out of 10, but I think if a game's going to be open world, you better make that the best open world that you can. And if anyone's properly utilizing an open world, it's the world of Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah.
Because like, and that's what makes me like curious where GTA 6 is gonna go. Because as much as I love GTA 5, I think Red Dead 2 is a much bigger scale for Rockstar than GTA was, because of how much extra there is. Like GTA 5's story is so good. Like I said, I play it once a year. I don't play Red Dead story once a year.
Right.
I don't.
Right.
But I play GTA story once a year because I can just mainline my way through all of the
yes, Austin. We've been going for hours.
like yeah, 2 hours, man.
Yep.
We in here. We're
cooking.
But what? And that's I don't know where GTA 6 is going to expand upon this, but it's like all of the crafting, all of the hunting, all of the like exploration, like story building that you find with all these side characters that you could just completely blow by and never see. But they give you all of these cool story arcs that you can keep visiting in game and in the prologue to like resolution to them like years later. Like it's a game that, you know, comes full circle. There's imminent repercussions for the kind of character that you are, but even though who you are as Arthur Morgan, even as playing, you know, the moral side of things, if you got the deer in the cutscenes and not the wolf, regardless, you were a terrible person.
Right.
But you felt so emotionally connected to this terrible person. Because of like everything that this game provides, and it's everything you're forced to do, it's everything you don't have to do.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's so good. And I've never 100%ed it, obviously. That's a very fair few amount of people. I haven't even like touched probably 30% of the crafting. There was one playthrough that I did a whole lot of the crafting. I'll say I didn't do all of it. That was like the last little stint I did on PS4 and lost that file. That's why I've never really dived as heavy since. One of these days, maybe I'll get real back into it and dive another 200 hours into that game. But But yeah, to me, I think an obvious 10 out of 10 for me for everything that I again just described is Red Dead 2 for me. So
Cool. Real quick for Austin, who's just joining, he's probably really confused what's going on. We're currently trying to come up with a new grading scale in terms of like 0 out of 10, and tiers. In terms of like what we think 10 out of 10s are, like what we would describe, like what makes a 9 out of 10 game, what makes a 10 out of 10 game, and right now we are basically coming up with examples of like what we would consider 10 out of 10 games, what we'd consider 9 out of 10 games, because I'm trying to make a new grading scale for my reviews on the channel, and so we're kind of just elaborating, we're kind of just brainstorming, and we're trying to come to clear pictures. So I mean, I'm just going to get the obvious one out of the way. A 10 out of 10 for me, a perfect example is Ghost of Tsushima. I mean, it's my favorite game of all time.
so good, dude.
And like genuinely, I don't think I can come up with a better example for me personally. What a 10 out of 10 is, because when I think what I want out of a video game, I want everything Ghost of Tsushima gives me, and not in terms of like the fact that it is samurais, the fact that it is open world. I want the emotion that it gives me. I want the meaning behind it. I want the craftsmanship behind it. I want the quality of characters, the quality of gameplay, how deep it is, how many things are in the game. But most importantly, and this is what I think 10 out of 10 means, is it gives you the absolute best experience. I think the word experience is what I love about video games. That's what I want. Yeah. I want an experience that is memorable. And when you get the absolute pinnacle of an experience that gives you everything you want, that low-key changes your life. Ghost of Tsushima changed my life. Like, it was that moment that I decided, oh my gosh, I'm going to fall in love playing single-player games. And now I'm here doing this podcast with you, talking about what a 10 out of 10 means. Ghost of Tsushima did that, and that's because it brought so many thoughts and emotions to my mind and heart, making me question, like, this human characteristics, morals, values, and it's just so heartwarming playing a 20-hour experience and having those thoughts at the end of it, reflecting on everything you've done up until that point, reflecting on what you just learned, the things you're able to do. And the awesome fact is you're having so much fun while doing it. And it's beautiful, it sounds great, and it's just a high quality game, you know? Like, granted, stories are fantastic in games. That's even another conversation we'll need to have eventually in this podcast, is what is the most important part about a game? I'm going to tell you right now, easily the most important part about a game, and keyword, we're pulling out the dictionary for this one. The word important, I think there's no contest. Gameplay is the most important thing in a video game. That's what makes a video game. 100%. But I think the strongest components of video games are oftentimes the story. Like, stories...
Right. Well, because when you like take games that are more like click your own adventure, you know, like the Walking Dead, like Telltale, you know, like ones like those are a lot more like story and like decision based.
Mm-hmm.
And like Until Dawn, like there's not so much like interact. I mean, like there is the gameplay, like, you know, walking and moving around and stuff, but like the action in those games are the cinema. The story building and the experience is the story you're telling based off of like your choices.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, and it's a thing of like, well, yes, you need gameplay to be a game. I do think story has the most upside. Like, that is the aspect about a game that has the most potential to make you fall in love with it, to make it one of your favorite things of all time. Most of my games that are some of my favorites of all time, and I say most, there are exceptions, are because of the story. There are exceptions that are games like multiplayer games that strictly focus on combat, where yes, you can kind of say, okay, that's not the strongest part of the game, but that's not really the goal. But I will say more often than not, stories are the strongest part of games. While maybe not the most important, they are they have the most upside. They have the most potential in a game to make it a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. And yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is perfectly encompass that. Do I think it's the greatest gameplay system of all time? No, it's not the greatest gameplay system. Is it one of the greatest visuals of all time? It's up there for sure.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's not definitive. Is it the
Visually,
best music?
I would have to say.
You know, but
definitely one of the best photo modes of all time.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know, will it be everybody's favorite story of all time? No, it's not. And even I could say that for someone who it is their favorite story of all time. You know, nothing about it is definitive the best. It's just, what does a 10 out of 10 masterpiece mean? And it's that encompasses every aspect to an absolute amazing standard level. Yeah. And it gives you an experience that you will never be able to forget and will change your perspective on things. That is what a 10 out of 10 means to me. Now, granted, no game has really ever come close to Ghost of Tsushima, so, like, that's like a 15 out of 10. That's like a 20 out of 10. So, like, you know, using that as an example is kind of unfair for some of the other examples I have, because I'm not going to be, like, as passionate or, like, say as many life-changing statements about it. But, you know, that is what makes a 10 out of 10, is the best experience possible. But yeah, do you have any other examples? I'll say, like, for a lot of these numbers, let's not take like too long talk. We could spend talking about the first one, that, like, our first examples of each numbers. But if you just want to give like a quick, like, estimate, like, I'll give a couple sentences about some of my other examples for 10 out of 10s, but I'm not going to spend as long as I did for Ghost of Tsushima.
I would easily, I mean, even just, you know, recent, I would easily put Baldur's Gate 3 as 10 out of 10 for me.
Yep.
Simply for, you know, storytelling alone, storytelling, interactivity, you know, the fact that, like, you can't experience everything in one playthrough, and the game is good enough that it'll make you want to do the same things you've already done, so you can do the different things you haven't.
Right.
And that's where Baldur's Gate, like, pulls that threshold for me. I've got like 5 different playthroughs at all different parts of the game because I want to experience other parts of the game and know what it's like.
Right.
And then just everything built around it is good. The characters, the voice acting, the story itself, visually, cinematics, music.
So good.
It's great.
So good. What is your number one game, Jordan? I know what it is, but Austin wants to know.
Does he? Oh, unless you don't have one. I do most certainly have one. My favorite game of all time is Fable: The Lost Chapters. Is probably my favorite game of all time. I would have to say series now. You know, if I had to pick like a series, I would say like the 7 franchise. Everything built around 7, Final Fantasy 7, is definitely.
Oh, that's an interesting way to look at that. Like,
it's definitely like, well, because and see, I have. That's why, like, I was curious, like, when you said the tier thing. Like, I've got Final Fantasy 7, but I only have 7 as 10 out of 10.
Oh,
so, like, if we're also going to, like, talk rank for me, like, everything built around Final Fantasy 7 is S tier. Like, no, is Crisis Core, like, a 10 out of 10 game? No. But is the story and, like, where it plays into the prequel of it get me emotional and right in the feels and everything I want out of what that game provides? 100%.
That's such an interesting way to look. I like that a lot. That's such an interesting
as
way
well
to
as, you know, and even like tying in the movie like Advent Children with it too, like, you know, and then tying in obviously like the OG game, and then now remake and like rebirth, like Final Fantasy 7. Like I said, like Final Fantasy 7 as a franchise is S tier for me. So like I said, I just put, like, you know, so Final Fantasy 7 is definitely like later in life now becoming like one of my favorite franchises to talk about.
That's so interesting, looking at like each Final Fantasy as their own individual franchise, but it makes sense. Like it really does. Like 7 low-key is its own franchise at times.
None of them tie in. I mean, that's confirmed. So I mean,
that's awesome. That's a really, really cool way to look at that. My next example of a 10 out of 10. So I decided to pick 3 games that are completely different genres. And I did pick one game on here that is that it's not aiming for a big story, but still manages to reach that 10 out of 10 level. But the other one I'm going to do, and this is in reference to kind of today's big topic, is Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. I do think this is a 10 out of 10 game. When I think, memorable experiences, it has literally everything I could want in a game, and specifically a platformer. It has super fun gameplay. It has a heartwarming story. It has awesome characters. It has amazing visuals, great music. And what's even better is, I do think this also comes into play of what makes a 10 out of 10 game. Does it utilize the franchise and the idea of the game to the absolute most of its potential? And I think Rift Apart does. The whole point of the game is those traveling between dimensions. The fact that they used the hardware and the technology to do the most creative and best possible thing that they can. It speaks volumes.
Insomniac went hard.
Right, and I do think that is also what makes a 10 out of 10 game, is can the game set a new standard? And I think there are games that do set standards within genres. And I do think Rift Apart, in a lot of ways, set some standards. Now, granted, when it comes to the gameplay and when it comes to the music, did it set standards? No, not everything has to set a standard. But in the overall experience of the game, it did set a new standard for what I want out of a platformer, for what I think a platformer is. And that kind of goes back to our Astrobot conversation. Why I feel it's a 9.5 out of 10 rather than a 10 out of 10. And that's because I feel like Astrobot is really good at what it already is, and and Astrobot is really good fitting into this genre, and it's one of the best. It's one of the most fun. Does it set new standards for me? I don't know yet, right? And that's because we have gotten things like Playroom. It is just more of Playroom, which is phenomenal. It's absolutely one of the most fun things ever. But for me, I feel like there's still so much more you can do with Astrobot. There's still so much more potential. Whereas I don't really know where they can go with Ratchet and Clank to make it bigger and better, other than open world. But that's not really a thing that I'd be like over the moon about, other than making a sequel to Rift Apart. But again, that's just a sequel. That's not like pushing the boundary of a Ratchet and Clank. I do feel like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is the peak of the franchise. And so I do think that is what 10 out of 10 means. Is it utilizing the franchise and the idea and the concept to the absolute most of its potential? And I do feel like that is what Rift Apart does. But yeah,
that is what I need to finish. I never
Rift
did
Apart?
fully beat Rift Apart. Yeah.
I
I played like 4 or 5 hours of it.
Hang on, wait. I didn't read what Austin said. My problem with a 10 out of 10, I have realized with myself, I have like 13 or 14 10 out of 10s, but it's because I genuinely love them and think they are the closest things to perfect a game can get. Yeah, I mean, that is very true. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier, is the reason I want to redo this grading scale is because at the end of this podcast, I want to go through a bunch of older games that I've reviewed and rated that now I think are wrong. And because with the realization of Black Myth Wukong, with the realization of Astrobot, I don't feel like the score I've given them makes a lot of sense, because there are games that I have 10 out of 10s that easily I think I would much prefer Astrobot over. And I something about Astrobot doesn't scream 10 out of 10 for me. And so that's why we're redoing this, is because there are so many games that I would say, oh yeah, it's a 10 out of 10 because it's so beloved and it's so great. But do I genuinely feel it's a 10 out of 10? No. So that's kind of what I want to do. Resident Evil 4 doesn't have my favorite story, favorite music, but it's so impressive in every way, and it is something I will always suggest. Yeah, that is exactly it. Does a 10 out of 10 encompass one of the best experiences you can get? It doesn't have to have the best of every aspect. That's not what a game should be. A game is an experience for players to experience, and sometimes they connect more, but overall, that is what a 10 out of 10 should be. Every aspect, no matter what, should be to the absolute highest of quality. Doesn't have to set a new standard, but it should at least meet a standard. But yeah, So Ratchet and Clank is my second example. What is your third example of a 10 out of 10?
Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to touch on that anymore, or are you good?
Yeah. No, we can go to the next one.
Okay. My third and final example of a 10 out of 10, and like I said, I tried picking different genres, and this is the one where like, this is an example of a 10 out of 10 that doesn't need a story. And I also think this 10 out of 10 speaks volumes in today's day and age when you have a lot of games coming out that are unfinished, and you have a lot of games that are missing content, and you have a lot of games that are just feel like they're missing something. And to me, Black Ops 2, Call of Duty Black Ops 2 is a 10 out of 10. It is the absolute peak of what Call of Duty is. It is the absolute perfection of a full game. Zombies to the absolute fullest. Campaign to an absolutely great level. Multiplayer to an absolute fullest. And it was
and my favorite
innovation.
Call of Duty is 4.
Yeah. See, and so
the original Modern Warfare is my favorite one. I was also never much of a zombies player, so
right. And so yeah, to me that is what 10 out of 10 is. It is the full package to absolutely highest degree of quality. And so yeah, you know, when I encompass all three of my examples, those are all three examples of what I want out of video game. I want an experience that's unforgettable. I want new innovative things that make me think, what's next? What can we push the boundaries of? And what can deliver a high quality product? These are all three examples, and even your three are all things that is like, these set the benchmarks for gaming. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that those are my examples of 10 out of 10s.
There we go. 100% Black Ops 2.
Yes. Yeah. So do we want to do 9.5s? Because I do feel like 9.5s is kind of interesting in the way.
Yeah, kind of. So I actually moved one of mine mid thinking because I think the game just lacks like a little bit of expansive, but like for me, like a close 9.5 is like Skate 2. Like I almost had it 10.
Yeah.
I almost have Skate 2 10. There's just I want a little bit more to what you're doing in the game versus just like being done. Like
I feel that
Skate 3 kind of did that with like making the skate team and like you design the logo and like make the board or whatever that you do. But like Skate 3 didn't bring the like interactiveness of the story that Skate 2 brought. And then like it kind of just made it like a bit more arcadey type style in my opinion, I think, from like 2 to 3. So like 2 for me like probably would technically be like a 10, but again it's just one of those things like there's just a little bit of nitpicky things for me that kind of like drop it down to like that 0.5 scenario for me.
Right. No, I get that. I mean, I know we've already talked about it, but I mean, now I think a perfect example of a 9.5 is Astrobot.
Yeah.
I do think 9.5 is a testament to how good not only the game is, but how good the game still can be. And for Austin who missed our talk about it earlier, the game is dang near flawless. But the crazy thing about Astrobot is, even for how amazing it is, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Not necessarily a lot of room for fixing things, just there's still so much potential and so many places you can go, to the point where I could see this game going 4 installments into the future, and it keeps getting better every single time. And for that to be the case, when there are things that I think I would change about Astrobot, when there are things that I think I maybe think was kind of underwhelming in certain areas, I do feel like it's a 9.5 because it still has that capability of being the masterpiece level, whether it is more enemy variation, whether it is an antagonist that actually means something that is memorable, iconic, not just a green alien. And when you have,
I want to see Astro become to PlayStation what Mario is to Nintendo.
Right.
I would love to see him just sort of become that mascot where they just sort of keep cranking out some sort of Astro game, and because it's Astro, people are gonna love it, people are gonna buy it. They put money and like effort into it, and just keep expanding on like what he is. But like, does that mean like other genre type games for him too? Like, do they
Right.
expand
Astro
upon his
Kart.
world and like some sort of racing game, or
Right.
I don't know, maybe they make some sort of weird, like, I don't know,
Yeah.
like speed type game, like maybe they make some sort of like weird like tunnel run
Right.
sort of situation, or a temple run situation for where like they make it like a Sonic type experience for him, maybe, like where it's just him like zooming through levels, like it's 100% dual sense, like it's
Right.
like Astro Ride or something, like you're it's racing, like, and you're traversing with your dual sense or something like that.
Yeah.
I can see like them expanding on Astro like they do with like Mario,
And
if they want.
Right. And I do feel like I am kind of biting my own words from what I've said. Like, I'm kind of being a hypocrite, because leading into Astrobot, one of the big things is like, all we want is just Astro Playroom, but more. And that's exactly what we got.
Yeah, we did.
And so by that expectation, it should be a 10 out of 10. But I do think Astro's Playroom is like maybe 8.5, 9 out of 10. Whereas Astrobot is just more of Playroom, but they can still take it so much further. There are still so many more things they can add to make it that 10 out of 10 experience. While it is a like phenomenal, like some of the most fun gameplay and level designs you can find, is it setting a benchmark for the genre? And I think the only department it does that in is the fact that it is a cameo fest. So what can we do? What can we take that thing for? Can we take that reference system and that cameo, the thing that makes this game so special? How can we evolve that? And I see so many options for that, which is why I think it's a 9.5. There's just still so much potential there that I don't feel like it has peaked. Even though the gameplay itself is like peak. It's so fun. I don't feel like the series or the franchise or this specific installment makes the series peak.
No.
And what did I also say? I may agree with you on that score. I find myself loving it, but I don't adore it like my 10 out of 10s. My emotions don't feel as high when I play it compared to... Yeah, I completely agree. I think it is some of the most fun things.
This definitely doesn't have like an emotionally connecting story like backbone to it. That's
right.
That's for
right.
sure.
And I think
it's the emotional experience is experiencing Astrobot. That's what it is. Like, Astrobot itself isn't emotional. The emotional part is experiencing Astrobot.
Right.
So, if that makes sense, the way I'm wording that.
Right.
So.
And I think it's really unfortunate, because you do have things like Mario that uses the most basic of stories. The princess gets captured, you have to go to save her and all that. But it's just so hard to explain, because that's like what it's known for.
Yeah.
In a way. I
mean, that
essentially
is Mario.
Where it comes into play, and I've said this multiple times, characters are like one of, if not the most important things about stories. And when you have Astrobot compared to something like Mario, like Ratchet and Clank, what makes those stories so emotionally attachable is the characters. And yes, there are as many characters as you can possibly imagine in Astrobot, but they don't do anything with them outside of, I'm so happy they're here and I love seeing them. The antagonist in the game is literally a green alien. It is a green cylinder alien in a UFO. And there's nothing about it. The whole point of the game is finding those references and Easter eggs, which is awesome. But is that a 10 out of 10 experience? It's a really, really good experience. It's super fun. It's super exciting. But is it a 10 out of 10 experience? To me, no. But I do think it can go there. I think it can be a 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Add some drama.
Yeah.
Just, add some actual, which, does it need it?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't need like the turmoil. There doesn't need to be like a risk of like death or like traumatic like things. But make something as traumatic as death or like world explosion ending through like nuclear holocaust or anything like that. Like as severe as like like the at the risk of the PlayStation shutting down, like the world, like your world will cease to exist. Like let's add a little bit of narration to the game and add a little bit of heaviness to why we're saving these bots.
Yeah.
Versus just restoring the PlayStation just to restore it. Like, what's the risk of not restoring it apart from just being lonely?
Right.
So yeah.
But yeah, that's my one example for a 9.5. But let's go ahead and let's move on to 9s. This is where I think it's interesting, because this is like 10 out of 10 is obvious for a lot of games. Like for us, like if we're doing this completely personal, which we are, by the way. But like 9s can be a whole, like there's so many options, Yep. And I think this is where we have to really elaborate, like what makes a 9 out of 10.
I've kind of got mine chalked up to just 2 pretty solid.
It's a good
examples.
9 out of 10. It's a good 9 out of 10, Austin.
Neon white, okay.
Yep. It's a good one.
So do you want to give yours first? Do you want?
Yeah, sure. I'll give mine first now.
Okay.
I think a 9 out of 10 for me. I have 2 examples here. To me, I think, which one do I want to go with first? I'm gonna go with the one we've talked about. And I know you probably, I don't know what you actually score this game. I just know you love it so much. And that is Horizon Forbidden West. I do think it is a 9 out of 10. Like, it hasn't quite reached that masterpiece
also on
level.
my 9 list.
Oh, cool. Perfect.
Yeah.
It hasn't quite reached.
I just have 2, and that's one of them.
Yeah. It hasn't quite reached that masterpiece material yet. Hasn't quite reached where I want the story to be. It hasn't quite reached, how deep I think the gameplay can be. Where it has reached is some of the best visuals possible, awesome soundtrack, some great characters, and every other aspect that I already mentioned are still fantastic. Like, it still is such an incredible game. It's just missing some of the aspects to bring it to that 10 out of 10.
I love the Horizon series.
Level.
The Forbidden West and Zero Dawn to me are S tier games, but they're not 10 out of 10 games.
Right, and I think Horizon Forbidden West is a perfect example for a 9 out of 10 for me, because I feel like that is the definition of it takes so many aspects and delivers them to some of the highest quality, but it's missing some of those aspects that take it to that masterpiece level.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is what a 9 out of 10 is. It is almost there. It just needs that next jump. Mm-hmm. It needs that next bit of oomph to push it to be that 10 out of 10. I feel like that is what Horizon. Everything is set up there. The world is phenomenal. Aloy is phenomenal.
Aloy is probably what Aloy probably might actually be one of my favorite like protagonists.
That's
ever,
fair.
Honestly.
That's fair.
Aloy, like obviously, the obvious like Master Chief is up there for me as for like protagonist, but Aloy for me was so different. And we can get into the whole female protagonist thing sort of being like off the the norm, but like if we want to put Aloy in that box, to me the GOAT female protagonist is Aloy. So
the GOAT
for me.
That's an interesting.
For me, the GOAT female protagonist is Aloy.
Oh man, I mean, I can't disagree with you. I don't know if I agree, but I don't know if I can like argue against that, honestly.
Yeah.
Like in terms of like the most iconic right now, she definitely is up there. Like
Horizon to me is one of those games that again, it's one that I don't know why it's not 10 out of 10. It's everything that's just nitpicky.
Right.
That's why, like, you know, and
Just doesn't
like,
have the vibe.
and it's all, it's it's the kind of things that, like, you know, like Red Dead 2 like provides, like nitpicky things like, you know, customization. Like Horizon has that, but like I just want a little more. I
Right.
just want a
Yep.
little
I
more
feel
with
that. I
it.
feel that.
You know what I mean?
I
Like,
feel that.
just a little bit different with like the color schemes, to be able to, like, you know, like wear different parts of like outfits. And again, that's all, like, it's not taking anything away from gameplay. It's just, you know, like small little customization things,
Mm-hmm.
like a little bit more interactivity, like when you're at home
Experience
base,
improvements.
you know,
Experience
like
improvements.
things like that. Like nothing like groundbreaking, but like as a whole, like for me, like, you know, it's like visually, traversal, the glider in Forbidden West, dude, get me to the top of a mountain and let me jump for hours. I'm not doing anything but that sometimes.
Right.
Sometimes I'm just climbing and just using that glider because it's just fun. It's just so visually like pleasing, and it runs so well on my PlayStation. Aloy is so interactive. Like, you know, wherever I want to go is where I'm going. Like
Right.
the game like really doesn't have any restrictions. It
Right.
allows you to do everything that you want to do at your disposal.
Yeah, I completely agree. Real quick, I just want to touch on something I missed talking about earlier. Whenever Austin said in the chat, like, he find myself loving it, but I don't adore it like my 10 out of 10s. And that's the thing. It's like, people need to realize not every game has to be a 10 out of 10. Sometimes the goal of a game is to be a 9 out of 10, to be that 8 out of 10. It's not
I don't think Fable's a 10 out of 10.
Right. Like, there are so many games that I'm like, okay, yeah, is there a lot of things, or is there anything wrong with the game? No, maybe not. But is it trying to be the most innovative thing? Is it trying to be the most groundbreaking thing? No, sometimes it's just trying to be that super enjoyable, fun thing.
Yeah.
And sometimes games are just trying to be a 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10. Not everything has to be a 10 out of 10. And sometimes you'll be surprised. Sometimes things do just end up being a 10 out of 10 or like a 9 out of 10. So I think, you know, going into the mindset of, you know, will this game be the biggest game of the year? That could be taken to a whole different account. The numbers in terms of commercially, the appeal, you know. I don't think every game needs to be a 10 out of 10, you know. For me, I'm looking at Dragon Age like, I think this game needs to be an 8 out of 10 or above for BioWare to gain its reputation back. I'm not looking at it like it needs to be a 10 out of 10 for BioWare to have the reputation it once had. No, it needs to be at least an 8 out of 10 for it to get that reputation back to what it used to be. Game of the Year contenders every time they drop. That's what it needs to be. And so, you know, going into this grading scale, it's like 9 out of 10 should in no way be unfortunate that it's not a 10 out of 10. It should be in every way super fortunate it's not an 8 out of 10. Like, that is, you need to look at these scores. The fact that it's a 9 out of 10, do you know how hard that is to get a 9 out of 10? Like, that should be a celebration. Not a chance to wonder why it's not a 10 out of 10. It should be a celebration of why it is a 9 out of 10.
Yep.
But yeah, that. Do you have any other examples for 9 out of 10?
I do.
What do you got?
I do. Technically, it's 5 examples, but it's all the same thing for the reason. Okay?
All right.
And it's Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, and Silver.
Oh, okay.
I think lumping those two back-to-back generations of the first 2 generation of Pokemon games, I think are complete 9 out of 10s for me. I think there is a little something missing from those games that they like eventually expanded upon in the newer ones. And there's the emotions and the tie-in and the importance of the first couple generations that I feel like they miss a little bit with some of the newer ones.
Mm-hmm.
And I still to this day don't really know if we've had a perfect Pokemon game because, you know, I haven't played all of them, mind you, but I know there were things as a kid while I was playing that I wanted expanded upon the Pokemon genre.
Mm-hmm.
And there are things that I missed from playing them and what it meant to me when playing later generations of them. So yeah, I think that sort of the sort of Johto Kanto region Pokemon games belong in that solid 9 spot for me.
Cool. It's a good one. My next pick, and this is the perfect example of me not looking at things at a objective point of view. Like all these ratings and opinions are completely biased, completely personal, and I think that's what you should
Alpha
do.
Sapphire.
Oh yeah, the Gen 3 remakes for sure. This is the exact definition. If I was to be objective, like
I'm old.
The Metacritic. Okay, wow. We really went there. Okay. Like the game I'm about to say, the Metacritic score is in like the 70s, I think. A lot of people say they like the first one better, but for me, it's a 9 out of 10. And I think this is a good example for not only a 9 out of 10, but a great example of what I'm talking about by you should use your personal bias rating and not an objective rating, and that is Dying Light 2. 2. That's right. And the reason I say it's a 9 out of 10 and why I put it here and why I'm using it as an example. Not 1, 2.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that the
yep.
Those 2
Stay
the
human.
following?
Stay human.
Stay human.
Yep.
Okay.
And the reason I picked it for this example is number one, because it is much more hated than what I think it is. So there's that take, and then there's the fact that, you know, outside of something like Horizon, Dying Light 2 is more or less, it's a 9 out of 10 because of how much I genuinely just enjoy playing it, for its traversal, for its gameplay, for the fact that it is just zombie chaos, the fact that, you know, it is just that something you don't get out of a lot of other games in terms of that first-person experience. And I also think that is what a 9 out of 10 should stand for, is something that delivers a unique experience that, while it may not be the best in the industry, while it may not be the best in the genre, it delivers something that I thoroughly enjoy, and still has a lot of great qualities about it that I still can see improvement for, but there's nothing overarchingly wrong that would make me think it's worse than what it is. That is what a 9 out of 10 is for me. And I think Dying Light 2 fits that perfectly. It has one of my favorite traversals in it. While I don't think it is the best traversal, it's one of my favorites. While, you know, it doesn't have the most insane visuals, they're really great. While it doesn't have the greatest of gameplay like combat, it's really fun. And it just does all that to create an experience that I genuinely love and appreciate and adore. And that is a 9 out of 10.
Love it.
Yeah. Even though a lot of people like the first one better, which I can understand. But for me, in my personal rating, I
actually never
like
played 2.
Or the second one. Hey.
I played the first one, didn't really love the DLC. And then just kind of stopped playing them. So,
oh my gosh, the next one looks really good though. I'm excited for that.
Yeah,
Dynamite
that
the
should
Beast.
be.
Awesome.
Yeah, bringing Kyle back too should be cool.
So, what would we describe the word for 9 out of 10 being? So I have 10 as masterpiece, 9.5 as phenomenal. What do you think 9 should be? Amazing.
Yeah,
probably that makes most
sense. Something like amazing or
incredible or I think amazing sounds about right.
Amazing sounds good. Yeah. Spot Dying Light 1 remastered. Curious to see how I feel after playing it. Whatever you do, don't spend 10 minutes getting the Excalibur sword because you get to hit people with it 2 times and then it's gone forever. It's a fun Easter egg, but
wow. All right, moving on. I don't think we need to cover 8.5. I think that's like that's a territory you can just explain in between an 8 and a 9.
Sure.
So let's just go to what we think some 8 out of 10 games are. Okay. This is even more interesting than 9 out of 10s because now we're getting to there might be some genuine like issues or critiques we have that could make the game a little worse than what we'd want it to. So
yeah,
what do we see there? I'll let you go first this time.
Okay, so my first choice for my number 8.
You never see it come back.
Good old Persona 5, baby. It's the only sound pad one I have from the games that I have, but I have that one, so I played it. Good old Persona 5, baby. I think that game is a solid 8. I think it brings and provides everything in the 8 slot. Provides. I threw you way off course with that, didn't I?
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Anyway.
Oh.
So. Love you, man. So yeah, Persona 5. It's gonna be my first choice for my number 8 slot.
You're done. You're done. That's all. Yep. You're done.
I love it.
All right, here we go. Oh boy, let's see what we got. 10 out of 10 for me are games I adore, games I think about constantly. 9 out of 10s are games I love that don't give me the highest of high emotions, like my 10 out of 10s. That's what I think my grading scale would be. Get this man off the mic. Yeah.
Nope.
I mean, yeah, I agree. And then like 9.5s are obviously just like between that. I mean, yeah. I agree.
Yeah, I think Persona 5 belongs at 8. I think there's some obvious things that keep it away from 10 and even keep it sort of away from 9. But I think if you look at the fact that like main game alone is over 100 hours, like just as is, like you don't have a choice. That's just what the game is. There's so much to the game. And though like some of it does sort of feel like wasted days, like if you played Persona 5, like there are days where like you go to school, you do homework, and then you do nothing. Like nothing expansive happens that day. You don't get to improve any relationships. You don't get to do anything like with school or whatever. It's just kind of like I felt like I could have done something with that. And there are a couple situations where like when you want to take opportunities to go out and do something social, it like sort of forces you into main game because of your deadline. And though I get the point of that, I wish it wasn't as restrictive all the time. Like I wish it wasn't like, hey, like, we're going to take a full day away from you just because it's like make or break with this one character. And it's like, well, that's a bummer. So
yeah,
so there are a couple things, and all completely intentional mechanics of that game. But
oh man, this is funny because I thought I was I have my first example for 8 out of 10 here, which I'm pretty sure everybody's gonna be like so annoyed at me. I even remember I told Austin that I thought that this game was an 8 out of 10. He's like, really? Like, what about it do you think makes it 8 out of 10? So I'm gonna have to explain a little bit. But what's funny is a lot of people think Persona 5 is like a 10 out of 10, like masterpiece, like one of the greatest JRPGs ever of all time. So I thought I was out of the wild with my example. So now I don't feel as bad because now we're both gonna have like some generally beloved 10 out of 10 games, even though we don't think these games are 10 out of 10.
And again, mind you, I haven't played the Royale experience, so maybe if I ever get to play Persona 5 Royale, my opinion may change. But I think launch Persona 5 is solid. But again, I also haven't taken in a lot of that genre. That turn-based like JRPG thing, like that wasn't a lot of what I did. That's why like I'm late to Final Fantasy. Like I've only been into 7 franchise since Remake like announced that it was a thing. Like, because I just had a buddy who was real hyped about it and got me into the lore. So like all that genre stuff like wasn't anything that like I was into. So I never even really gave Persona 5 a good college try until the last 4 or 5 years. So I played it for about 20 hours or so when I bought it like years ago, and then last year I sunk about 100 hours into it until I realized Royale existed. So now eventually I'm going to get Royale and start over again. Because I was like, I don't want to play through and finish this if Royale is an experience, like a better experience than this. So yeah, BioShock 1 is a 8 out of 10, huh? Okay.
Not a bad pick. Real quick, I do want to touch on something Austin said in the chat. He said, adore is a very important word to me now. He said it's a perfect word to describe how much you truly love something. Yeah, I agree with you. Adore is a great word. The word I used earlier, it's different, but I do think it is also along the same lines. Experience is the word I use. Like, I judge a game off the overall experience I have. Was it the greatest experience? That's what a 10 out of 10 is. Or was it a great experience? It really is that experience. And so if you adored that experience, that makes sense. So I think both words kind of mean the same thing in like a different perspective kind of way. But no, I agree with you. Adore is a very strong word for sure. So anyway, to my 8 out of 10 that I think we would both get a little bit of slack for our 8 out of 10 picks. Mine is Hades 1.
I never actually played the Hades series, fun fact.
Oh wow. Okay. So
I'm not a rogue type game person though.
So according to like the masses, Hades is like one of the greatest games of all time, one of the greatest indie games of all time.
I mean, all the hype around the 2 trailer, I mean, I can imagine so
I always thought Hades 1 was a great game. And that's what I see 8 out of 10 as, a great game. That's what I would define 8 as, great. But I just never, it never fully clicked with me of like why people think this is the greatest game of all, like one of the greatest games of all time with Hades 1. And that's why I have it at 8 out of 10, because while I enjoyed it for a lot, I just never felt like it was making me love it. It was generally just I'm enjoying it. Like there's not a point in time where I'm not enjoying it, but I'm just not loving it all that much. And so to me, that's what 8 out of 10 is. Something you thoroughly enjoy and think there's a lot of great things about it, but isn't quite making you feel the highest of emotions that something like in the 9s or 10s would make you feel. And what's so interesting is I even more stand by that now, because Hades 2 came out, and low-key, that is like a 9.5 out of 10 for me. That is, it might even be a 10 out of 10 for me. Like, the way I spent 50-plus hours in Black Myth Wukong in the first 5 days of that game being out, I spent like 45 hours in the first week of a Hades 2 as well. It really grabbed me, and it made me like, and there's nothing even like fundamentally different about it. It's the fact that they took the next step up. They expanded upon everything. They added new things that you would think, oh yeah, that would make this game better. And that's what it made me click. It made me realize why this game is so special, because of the things that they took to the next level. And that's what I think an 8 out of 10 is as well. Is something that is so great in its own right, but can just be so much better and can expand on so many things and doesn't quite reach that level yet. But it's on the way, and what's there is still really great. And that's why I put Hades 1 at an 8 out of 10. I think, especially now that Hades 2 is out, I think if you still think Hades 1 is a 10 out of 10, I would love to hear why. Like, I'm not going to say you're wrong or anything. But the fact that Hades 2, I think it is so much better than Hades 1, I think it would be crazy to say Hades 1 is a 10 out of 10. But, I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. Real quick, for what Austin said, he said solid 8 out of 10 for me. I would pick Bioshock 1. There's nothing bad about Bioshock, but I found myself not being as invested in like other games. It also feels a little outdated to this day, but it still has a lot of quality and charm. Yes, I agree. There are an 8 out of 10 is something that has so many great aspects and things about it, but doesn't quite push the emotions or boundaries of games to where you would like say 9 or 10s are. So yeah, I agree with that. So I'm gonna go ahead and write in here 8, and 8 is great.
Sounds good. It's a good word. 8, great. Great 8.
Yeah. I would say 8.5. I don't know a word for that. In between amazing and great. What would that be? Like awesome? Like, I don't know. Really great?
Awesome's
Just a
closer,
really great
maybe.
game? Yeah,
Maybe.
honestly, just a really great game.
Yeah.
Could just
you
say
do
really
that.
great. Because I was going to say
Really great.
7.5 is really good, and then 7
Just go the
is
Spider-Man scale and call it spectacular. Just
good. Very good. I'm going to just say really great. I think that's just the best way to simplify it. And then we got 7.5, which is, I'm just going to say really good. Because I do think 7 is good. I think that's what a 7 means. Real quick, do you have any more examples of an 8 out of 10?
I do have one more. I put the original Tony Hawk Underground as like an 8 out of 10.
Oh, wow.
I think that was definitely like a major 10 out of 10 for me as a kid. I think, and then after like experiencing Skate 2 for me, like when I got a little older, like it knocked Tony Hawk Underground down a peg. But the original Tony Hawk Underground experience, where you get off your board, you create your person, it gives you like a narrative dialogue story where like there's voice acting and there's reason behind the game besides just the challenges. I am.
Wow, bro called you out for real.
I mean, hell, that game came out when I was in like 5th, 6th grade. So yeah, no, I mean that's accurate. But yeah, no, that one's definitely
Wow.
Well, because I mean, one, in one the briefing, I was told to challenge and not just do the same genre of game. So to mix that up, I got to throw in other genres of games, and in order to do that, I got to go through everything. Everything I've been playing for the last 10 years has been fantasy RPG practically. So I got to change it up a little bit here and there. So I got to go back to some classics.
Awesome.
So yeah, so I would definitely place the original Underground around there, around the 8.5 scale, I guess, probably.
Cool. All right. Real quick, another 8 out of 10 I'll add. And this could also start up a little bit of another conversation. Injustice 2. I think is an 8 out of 10. I think the reason being is, again, it just goes back to it's a great game. It does every aspect you want in a fighting game to a really good level, to a really, really great level. But it doesn't push the boundary of anything. It doesn't, make you surprised that this genre could even do something like it. It's just, it takes what you know and love about the genre and what you know about the franchise, and it just makes it super high in quality. And that's what an 8 out of 10 is. But I think it could even lead to a bit bigger conversation, because if you guys know me, Injustice 2 is my favorite fighting game of all time. And it is in my top 20 games of all time. But I just said I think it's an 8 out of 10. And I don't think a number as well should also dictate where it is in your lit list of all time. There are some games that I would say, like I said, an 8 out of 10, but it's still one of my favorite games of all time. And that kind of goes back to, you can still say objective things in your review and rating, but I don't think having two separate scores makes sense. I think Injustice 2 is an 8 out of 10. It's not an 8 out of 10 because of flaws that it has. It's an 8 out of 10 because of what it does with the IP, what it does with the franchise, the way it just executed it. But what I wanted out of that game is exactly what I got. And therefore, it's one of my favorite games, because it's exactly what I wanted. It's
also another one I unfortunately never really got into.
But yeah, it's just one of the. It's not one of the greatest fighting games of all time. It's not one of the most complex fighting games, but it's just one that I really, really enjoy, that does a lot of great things about it, and that's why it's an 8 out of 10. I have Just Cause 4 in my top 20 games of all time. And that game is nowhere near an 8 out of, or it might be close to 8 out of 10. It's nowhere near a 9 or 10 out of 10. They're even me personally, biasly, there are so many issues with that game, but it's so fun and I love it. So it's it has to be in my top 20. But so yeah, I don't think in order for something to be in your, why?
Just cause.
Why did I not see that one coming? That's rough. But yeah, so like I don't think for something to be in your top 10 or top 20 or like one of your favorite games of all time, it has to be a 10 out of 10. I don't think that.
No.
But I do think it could definitely help like back up like opinions and stuff like that for sure. But all right, so anyway, we're gonna go to a 7 out of 10 game.
Okay.
So this is a game that is good, a good game. So a game that you would still recommend while there are issues and there are critiques or things that you wish they did differently. But at the end of the day, you still had a good time with it. You're glad you played it. There's a lot of qualities you enjoy. There's a lot of qualities you don't enjoy. But the overall feeling is you liked it. You liked the game. So, and I think there's a lot of games that's what they should be aiming for. There's a lot of games that aim way too high and just don't do it. Back to the conversation, not every game has to be a 10 out of 10. Sometimes a game needs to be that 7 or 8 out of 10 to just enjoy it. Enjoy it for what it's supposed to be. So I guess since you went first for 8, I'll go first for 7. And I think a 7 out of 10 game is... Which one do I want? I have 2 here. So I'm going to have to... I'm
3, technically. But...
Oh, okay, cool. I think a 7 out of 10 game for me, the first one that comes to mind is like, and the problem is this whole franchise, I almost see every game as kind of equal. So I might just say the franchise because I can't pick a certain game. If I had to pick one, I'd probably go with 6, but I'm going to go with Far Cry. Far Cry,
Which one?
I'll go with 6. But like, I think most of the games are kind of equal in my opinion. They're just take place in a different setting. I'm sorry.
Highly disagree.
I'm sorry.
3 and 4 are so good.
Okay, if I had to say which one was the best, I would probably say
3's the best.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, no, 3 for sure is the best. I would say like 3 is maybe.
They get
like eight
like
out of
worse
10.
as they go up. 3, 4, 5.
Okay, see that's interesting because I like 6 more than 5.
Really, I actually enjoyed the Montana one a lot more than I enjoyed 6.
Interesting. Well, anyway, Far Cry, like in my opinion, Far Cry 6 is a game that it does nothing special. Yeah. It's just a fun game that
the production
you can play.
is great.
Yeah, it has good visuals, it has
Yeah.
some good music. It has some good characters. Has some fun gameplay. Has
Juan Esposito Carlito or whatever.
Yeah, it has
him as the antagonist in there or whatever.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I mean, such a good job. Like his delivery. I mean, is like the dictator that like he's supposed to be. So like that's being brought there. Like not taking anything away from that for sure.
But like it's just a good game. Like it's just a game that you could just play and have fun.
Yeah,
that's really it. Like it specifically,
it's kind of like a Just Cause situation.
Yeah,
almost,
I would. Yeah, I'd probably say I would put Just Cause like a 7.5. Probably. Like it's a really good game for me. But like, it's a 7 out of 10. I also feel like is that number area where it's like, if that's what you're looking for, you're gonna have a good time with it.
Yeah.
And if it's not what you're looking for, you're not going to have a good time with it. So I do feel like it is like if I'm in the mood for an open world where I could just cause chaos, craft these great things and have some wacky fun characters. Yeah, Far Cry's that. That is exactly what Far Cry is. But then if I'm looking for a deep story or whatnot, no, that is not really, you're not really going to get that with Far Cry. So I do think Far Cry is just some good games. I do agree. Far Cry 3 is the best. I'd probably say that's like an 8 out of 10 game, but I genuinely just see the Far Cry series as a set of fun, good games. But yeah, that's my first example of a 7 out of 10 game. And by the way, I think 7 out of 10. If your game scores 7 out of 10, I'm still clapping for you. Like that's still like at the end of the day, that's all we want. We just want good games. And I still see 7 out of 10 as a good score. How about you? What's a 7 out of 10?
So for me, again, I keep throwing you curveballs here. But like I was writing my list for 7, and I was like, when it comes down to it, because like I said, like I have 3.
Mhm.
and they all just sort of fit because they're all essentially the same game because they're the same franchise.
Okay.
And I think Origin, Odyssey, and Valhalla all firmly belong around 7 as far as
Sorry,
AC games
hang
go.
on. I'm sorry. Can you repeat? Because I was reading Austin's chat while
Yeah, no,
as soon as
I think Origin, Odyssey, and Valhalla all somewhere
Okay.
firmly belong between the 7 range.
Oh wow. Okay.
I think
Okay.
on par with each other. They bring their own different wants, and I have ones collectively I like more, even though I would grade them all around the same thing. Odyssey's definitely my favorite one, like of those 3. I think when AC went JRPG, like, well, not JRPG, but when Odyssey went more RPG style, um, and not so much like stealth story based. Well, I mean, the story was still pretty relevant in some of them, but I think Odyssey got better. But I think just where they lack and what people are missing from them.
That's what I was thinking, Austin. That's what I was thinking. Assassin's Creed Valhalla is Christian's I guess second favorite game, even though Baldur's Gate.
And
yeah.
and here's why. Here's why I label Valhalla. That's why I was going to bring an interesting topic, and I firmly believe this to this day.
Let's do it.
I think if it was just called Valhalla by Ubisoft,
That's
it would
what
be
everyone
a 9
says.
out of 10 game.
That's what everyone says. That's even what
If
Christian
it was,
says.
if,
That's even what Christian says.
if it wasn't called Assassin's Creed, but it's the fact that it is. You're not allowed to separate it from Assassin's Creed.
That's my problem.
Because it says Assassin's Creed.
Yep.
But if they did, if Ubisoft just decided to make a Viking game and call it Valhalla, it would be so good. Because there are things about Valhalla that almost make it peak over Odyssey for me. Because it's Valhalla, it's Odyssey, Valhalla, and Origin. Origin is my least favorite one of the 3 more modern ones. And then honestly, Mirage is probably before Origin.
Right.
I would probably tuck it in there with Mirage, but the DLCs for Valhalla were so good.
Yeah.
The Ireland DLC, legitimately, I cried twice.
Mm.
Awesome. Not like oh my god, but I got emotional during parts of it. There were there's the part where the girl sings the song during the ritual, and her voice mixed with the atmosphere, and then just stormy Ireland, and the lightning's going off and everybody's around, and everything's together and your character's there, and because you're in the DLC you've already spent 100 hours to get to one of the coolest visual and sound music parts of the game, and it was just wow, they brought it. And then they also did a little homage where they brought one of the older characters back. You get to hang out with the protagonist from Odyssey in Valhalla. That was just a cool little thing they didn't need to do, but they did it, and that was kind of an emotional thing for me to do that. But because it's Assassin's Creed, guess what? You get plopped down a scale.
Yeah.
I am definitely not taking anything away from those games. I think they're great. I prefer them to the older ones because I was bad at the older ones. I'll just own up to it. The original AC games, I was terrible at. I was not good at it. That's why I gave up on them. But when they became open world RPGs, they became fun to me. And I thought the stories were still good.
Interesting. Hey, I completely agree with you with the fact that it is titled Assassin's Creed makes it worse. Because I do agree, if it's just a Viking game, it's dang near perfect. It's
exactly what a Viking game can bring.
But comparing it to some of the older Assassin's Creed, it's just that is not what I'm looking for. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Even though it's still a great game, it's just I'm not playing that.
I mean, even just looking at Odyssey, right before it, same thing. This was they stepped in a different direction, and it's a direction I like, but not for this name.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I do think 7 out of 10 is also that number that is the definition of it does its job.
Yeah.
A 7 out of 10 game is a game that does its job, what it's meant to be, and there you go. Whereas I think 8 out of 10 is, I think, a game that does its job really, really well. And it implements a lot of great things to a really high quality of its job. But yeah, another 7 out of 10 real quick. And because this is interesting, and I like the fact that we're attaching words to this. The fact that 7 is good, because there are some games where I'm not like this is a 7 out of 10. There are some games where I'm like it's just good. That's it. And one of those games is Starfield. And I thought I'd choose a recent one that everyone like always talks about. And I do think Starfield is the definition of it does its job.
Yep.
It's fine. It's good. I'd recommend it if you like RPGs, if you like space exploration. You know, if you like all that, it's a 7 out of 10 game. You're gonna have a good time with it. There's nothing fundamentally wrong. There's nothing fundamentally incredible. It's just exactly what you'd expect from a Bethesda RPG set in space. Boom, 7 out of 10, good. I enjoyed it. That's pretty much as much I got. I think that's what a 7 out of 10 is. It's a game that does its job.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Yep. All right, moving on. Now we have 6, and then after 6, we're just gonna skip to like what we think like a 4 is, and then like what we think like a 2 is or something. We're not gonna go through like 3, 5, and 1. Like there's just there's no point. But yeah, what do we think 6 is? And I'm telling you right now, 6 is okay. 6 is like an okay game.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Which means 6.5 is
like
decent. Average is that a word? Like,
yeah, average. Yeah.
Average.
Yeah. Or would you say
solid?
Would you say average is better than okay?
Average definitely better than okay. Well, ooh. We need chat to input here. We need chat's input.
I know, right?
If 6 is okay and 7 is good, what's in between that? Or should we put okay at 6.5 and average is 6? What does everyone else think right here? Austin has a random 7 out of 10. Not exactly what I was looking for, but I'll take it. Oh, gotta love it. I don't know, like, man, I wish I was like an English teacher. I could know a bunch of words off the top of my head. I mean, you got good and okay. I mean, decent is a good. I mean, decent might be.
Yeah.
A good word.
Decent wouldn't be terrible. I think average is better than good, but not by much. You think average is better than good?
Really? Interesting. That's an interesting take. See, I almost feel like average. Yeah, Knockout City is so fun. Knockout City was so good. See, I almost think average is 5. Like it's like right in the middle. It's like a hit or miss. Like it's just your average game. Like it's whatever. But 5 also seems kind of low because I don't know.
Not good. Sorry, better than
okay. Okay. So maybe 6.5 is just average. Did you guys think average or decent is the better word here?
I would say decent's a better word than average.
Yeah, because I think average can be taken in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go with decent. All right, so anyway, examples for what a 6 out of 10 game is. This is gonna be interesting. We might have some hot takes here. I don't know. We'll see. I went first for 7 out of 10, so you can go first right here.
Well, mine oddly enough has been mentioned, and I'm going Dragon's Dogma 2 for a 6 out of 10.
Oh boy, we have some. Oh yeah, I didn't read Austin's chat
like
earlier.
I said, I think it could maybe kind of float somewhere between the like 6.5, maybe peaking 7, depending on like how you could personally experience it, because I can see things like making it a little better, like maybe if you like 100%ed it, got all the endings, like, you know, because I've done one playthrough, I didn't get all the endings for it because there are 2 or 3 different ones, so like I can't bring everything into account, but I can bring into the 150-hour playthrough that I've done. I mean, it you know, it was kind of one of those things where it did its job, but there were a couple of things that it was missing as far as, you know, exploration a little bit. Sometimes like your pawns would sort of make the repetitiveness of their like dialogue would be very infuriating, and it's like I would almost rather them be silent than repeat the same things 700 times in a 2-hour walk, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just the simple fact that it's like literally all walking, and like the only way you can like really fast travel is by having like a consumable um that you have to like find or craft, and then on top of it you have to, I don't know, it's just the things like where it missed were like very obvious, and that's what kind of plopped it down for me. Like it wasn't like it's subtle things, it's like no, that's missing the mark. But the combat was fun. I thought a lot of the voice acting again was good in Dragon's Dogma. The scenery was good, the game looked fun. And once you become powerful, the game is really fun. Beats the shit out of you the first couple hours. But once you actually get like a couple of strong pawns and like you sort of learn your attacks and become good at it, like the game's a blast. It's just kind of a slow start and kind of a meh finish for me.
Yeah. See, so I guess Austin said Austin's chat earlier, she said I would be tempted to say DD2 for me when talking about 7 out of 10s. This is when he was talking about 7 out of 10. He said my personal experience overall, I liked the game, but it had a lot of flaws that bothered me, but I would still suggest it to someone if they liked RPGs. Yeah,
I would as well, and I have at work. I prefer Dragon's Dogma to a lot of people. Actually,
I definitely see where you're coming from, putting it as 6 out of 10. It's funny because sitting here, I was gonna put it at like a 6.5.
Yeah.
So that's funny. Like we're all pretty much in the same area. But what's funny is the pick that I had for a 6. I almost feel like is more of a 6.5 because like the word decent is what I would say for it. But let's see, oh my gosh. Austin went off in the chat. He said,
he's in major agreement with me. Yeah.
In all caps, ladies and gentlemen, Austin just said, "Thank you, Jordan. They force you to walk 1,800 miles unless you are near an ox cart. Mission start, go to the west side of the map, then go to the east side of the map, then back to west side." Yeah, pretty much.
They really do that.
Pretty much. Let's see. I'm trying to, bro. I like lost the game that I was thinking of. I literally lost the game. I'm trying to think. Hold on. We got this. I got this. I'm gonna pull it out. I believe in you. I'm gonna pull it out my butt. Hold on. Hang on. Give me a second. Real quick. I thought of a really good because we didn't cover 8.5 instead of 7.5, so I'm just gonna go ahead and blurt out two games really quick. I'm not even gonna talk about it. I'm gonna just say it. Hellblade 2 is an 8.5, and then 7.5 is For Honor.
Okay.
Yep.
6 out of 10s were kind of hard for me too, Austin. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Like the only one I have, because I had 2 or so written down and I moved them up after like really thinking about them for a while, like compared to the others. Like I originally had Final Fantasy 15 around 6, and then like as like the more and more I thought about my playthrough and the fact that like I actually got a good ending to that game, because you can get different endings to 15. Fun fact, if you didn't know. Like I said, it moved it up in the scale like a little bit for me. So yeah, 6 was kind of a hard genre for me to peg too.
I do think 6 is kind of that nut number where it's like it's okay, right? So it's like you like it, but not enough to say you like it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
It's like it's one of those weird ones where it's like you either enjoy it or you don't. But at the end of the day, it's like it's just it is what it is, you know. I think I really lost the game I was gonna say. Like I really it really just left my mind, low key, which is very unfortunate. So I'm just trying to think of a 6 out of 10 right now. I would say, you know what? Ooh, that might be a hot. Ooh.
Let it run.
I don't know if
Let it run.
I don't know if I even think this is a 6. All right, I'm gonna say it. I think Mortal Kombat 1 might be a 6. I think compared to
Okay.
all the previous NetherRealm games and compared to the recent fighting games that have come out, Mortal Kombat's just okay. It is exactly what it is. It's just a more Mortal Kombat game, much weaker than all the other ones. I think it's just okay. Like I'll go there for the fatalities. I'll go there for some of the characters that I really like, and I'll go there for the story that was good.
The story was really good.
But after that, as a game, I think it's just okay. Like it's just a Mortal Kombat game that
It certainly
I like
didn't
a lot
stay
less than other
buzzy
ones.
as long as I kind of thought it would.
Yeah, so honestly,
I
might.
feel like Tekken has sort of really taken over as far as staying continual, and then obviously
Street
all
Fighter,
the Marvel vs.
Street Fighter's
Capcom
really good.
stuff.
But yeah, honestly, yeah, I think I might go Mortal Kombat 1 there. I think it's just an okay game. Yeah, that's what I'll go. I'm gonna.
Fair
It's gonna
enough.
kill me when I figure out what the game I was gonna say because I was really proud of that game that I thought of for 6 out of 10. I really can't think of it, unfortunately. But anyway, all right. So
I did want to list some honorable mentions. I forgot about that for like the higher ranked ones before we got
Sure,
to the
go ahead.
lows.
Go ahead.
So these for me float anywhere like between like 8.5 and 10.
Okay.
So
It's a wide
Witcher
area.
3,
Okay. about right.
Halo 3 and 4,
Ooh, good ones.
the Last of Us series, obviously, probably like are around there for some of them, and then I would say like probably the entire God of War franchise, realistically, sort of float around that as far as like cinematic and storytelling and all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are just like some honorable mentions, like somewhere I couldn't really peg between 8 and 10 because there are things about them. Like I would probably say Witcher 3 is probably a 10, but like I know that that is 100% my biased opinion. But like then I look at it, and it's like it's a 9 because The Witcher makes me mad in like 2 really specific parts, and there are parts where they shouldn't make me mad.
I feel that. I feel
Like,
that.
I shouldn't have to be mad because the horse is pissing me off. Just go where I want you to go. Why is the horse so clunky? The game's been out a decade. Why is there no horse patch? Why? So it's just nitpicky things. But yeah, I just wanted to crank some honorable mentions into the higher ones before we got too low, and
Yeah,
I
for sure.
forgot to.
Honestly, I might do the same because there are games where it's like it is just in that area. Like you can't pinpoint exactly where it is.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are some of my like favorite games of all time, but I don't know what I'd score it. Like Link's Awakening on the Switch.
Yeah.
That one I love so much, but I don't know if I'd consider it a 10 out of 10. But at the same time, I love it so much, I don't know if I'd say it's a 9 out of 10. But then, like, 9.5 just feels weird for it. So I don't know. It's just, like, I don't know where I'd place that one. Same thing to go with Immortals Phoenix Rising, another game I love, but I don't know exactly what score I'd give it. Super Mario RPG, Prince of Persia, Lost Crown, like all these games that I love, I just don't know if I can pinpoint a score that I would have for it. But it is in that area of like some of the like my favorite games I absolutely love. But yeah. All right, so let's go. So we're not gonna give examples for these, but so if 6 is okay, what is 5.5? Meh. Austin has
What's
a
your
6 out of
6?
10. What is your 6, Austin? Bro
What
was
do we have
thinking
so
this whole
far?
time.
Go from like 7 down. What do we have?
7, we have good, decent, okay. I think meh could make sense.
Is this where we crank average?
Average and then meh?
Yeah. Is around
Maybe.
5 where we crank average?
Yeah, we could.
Mario Strikers Battle League. I'm so tapped out of Nintendo. I wish I could have an opinion for you.
I mean, he's kind of right. I would even put it lower personally, but I could see where he's coming from. All right, Tristan says average, then okay, then meh. I don't know how I feel about average being above okay. It's just weird because like
that's the line I'm trying to float. If I think that's
I just
proper
think
for me,
average can be
too.
taken in a lot of different directions.
Yeah,
I almost feel like average shouldn't be on the list at all because that's like not a, I don't know, like it's your average what AAA game, it's your average indie game, it's your average good game. Like what like the average what, like
sure. Yeah, no, that's a hard one. Average is like a neutral.
I almost
Sure.
do feel like average should be like a 5 out of 10. Like it's just like it's just whatever.
That's what I'm saying. Like I feel like it's right.
Hmm. All right, how about this? How about 5.5 is mediocre. So you go from okay to mediocre.
Okay. Okay.
And then you go to average because I agree with Austin. Average is to define the median, which is the very middle. Like
I would say average is better than mediocre.
would you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right, so what? Okay, hang on. So okay, let's just put average at 5. Let's put average at 5. So we need something in between average and okay. So what goes there? Is I? Is I?
I was gonna say like acceptable, but that's not quite. That's not quite. I think where we need to go with that.
Enjoyable? I don't know.
No, I don't think that's. I think that's vague.
Solid? No, that'd be better than okay.
So we're going between what and what again?
In between okay and average.
We're doing. Okay. In between okay and.
Maybe meh. I mean, is meh like better than average? Kinda, in a way. I feel like it could be.
I don't think so.
Okay. I tried.
Because I would rather have a neutral experience than a meh experience.
What about whatever? Just a whatever game.
Meh sounds like a 4. Yeah, meh
Yeah.
sounds low.
How about? Oh, see, no, but that'd be below average. I was gonna say weak, like a weak game, but I feel like that'd be below
that's
average.
Definitely below.
Is mediocre worse than average? Do we know this? Like, is there a definition for mediocre? Because if mediocre at all means something like positive, I guess, then I could see it.
I mean,
What about fine? It's fine.
Yeah.
Like it's fine, but I
Satisfactory.
wouldn't recommend it. It's fine, but I don't recommend it. You know, I could
Right.
see that. Fine.
Yeah, fine. I think that'd be good.
Because fine's almost like acceptable. Like fine.
Yeah.
Sure. That's fine.
It'll get you there.
Yeah, we'll do fine. I feel like that's the best way to do it. And then 4.5. Okay, so right under average. Weak.
Under average. So we're
Weak
going
or
low,
mediocre?
right?
Is mediocre better than weak? This has just become an English podcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Pretty much.
It's okay. That's why we're here. We're on the grind. Mediocre is of
Poor. We just go poor. We just go for the straight word and just call it poor.
I think that's worse than mediocre. Because mediocre, I think, is average, but like right below. So I think 4.5 should be mediocre. I think poor is poor is a really bad word. Like I would say poor is like 3. Like if you're poor, you know, that's not very good.
Sure.
I would say 4.5 is mediocre. And then I would say 4 is weak. So under mediocre. All right, so let's just stop there because we're gonna give examples of a 4 out of 10 game now. All right, so I'll be honest, this one's like pretty simple for me. There's some bad games out there.
Yeah, there is.
So what do we consider some weak games?
Fable: The Lost Journey.
All right.
Do you remember that one?
I do not.
That was the follow-up to Fable 3. That was the Connect-only Fable interactive experience. Garbage. The gameplay was bad. The story was terrible.
Okay.
Awful.
Okay. I just thought of the 6 out of 10 game I was gonna say. Sorry, I just thought of it. Oh
No,
my
you're
gosh.
good. Have it. Let's
Stray. Stray. It's an okay game.
Okay.
It's an okay
Fair.
game. Yeah. It like you can enjoy it, especially if you're into cats. You can enjoy it, but I don't think it does anything special. You know, I'm glad I played it, but do I care about it? No, not really. So, you know, it's just okay. Like it's fun. So yeah. Garbage. Yes. Garbage will be on here, or at least trash. Like, well, what if that will be out here? Okay. So yeah. Anyway, 4 week. You put Fable: The Lost Journey.
It might actually just be called Fable Journey now that I'm. Yeah, Fable: The Journey. I didn't like it anyway. Again, that's my opinion.
My 4 out of 10 is ARMS on the Nintendo Switch. Austin will be able to back me up here. And I think the reason it's at 4 and not like lower, right, is because I did kind of enjoy it for like the 1 hour or maybe 2 hours that I played. But then after that, I just didn't want to play anymore. Like, and that's because nothing was developed. There was just not enough content. There was nothing. It's just like, it just didn't do anything. It was a weak game in my opinion. Because, and while it's not lower, it's because I actually think the concept was kind of neat. They just didn't do anything with it, and that's what I think is weak. It's not anything that the game is fundamentally broken or anything. It's just it's kind of boring, and that's what I think a weak game is. It's just a game that does nothing to make you really enjoy it. Whereas there are some games where when you're playing, you're like, oh, this is horrendous. This is bad. Like I hate this. I don't hate ARMS. I just think it's so boring. Like I just don't think that they do anything with it. So I think it's like a 4 out of 10 weak game. But yeah.
That's fair.
So I don't even know if I want to repeat what Austin just said, because not that I care. I've never played it. I don't know how I feel, but like,
Mania?
but oh well, he said it. There you go. Jordan will be the one to get flamed if he
I'm reading. I'm not accepting.
Oh man, I have no
read
idea.
it all you want.
I have no idea. I'm just whatever. Yeah. 2D Sonic is mid. We need mid on here. Hold on. We need mid. Wait, is mid 5.5 instead of fine? okay,
Yeah.
mid, average?
Yeah, maybe.
Is,
yeah.
is that what mid?
I would say it fits.
Or is mid like mediocre? Ooh, that's a tough one.
That is a tough one. Yeah.
What do you think,
that's a tough
Austin?
one to
Because
decipher.
Austin uses the word mid unrelentlessly. Like he says mid for like things on the complete like opposite end of the spectrum. Sometimes like he'll just say mid, and I don't know. So where do you think mid goes, Austin?
Enlighten us.
Mid is more like mediocre. Okay. So maybe we go okay, fine, average, mid, weak. Yeah, that kind of sounds right. Yeah, we'll go with that. In between average and weak is mid. That sounds about right. Do you have any other 4 out of 10s weak games?
Just one. I was trying. I meant to write it down and I forgot to. Because I was looking through a list this morning. It was one that came out like mid 20, like 10s area, like 2012, 2013. I forget what.
Ooh. Actually,
to remember which
Austin
one it was
Loki
I was thinking
has
of.
a good point here.
I don't
Maybe
remember, but
maybe
no, so
mid.
no.
Maybe we should get rid of average, and average 5 should be mid. Like it's just right in the middle. Like
Yeah.
that makes sense. And then we'll keep mediocre underneath mid, I guess.
Works for me.
All right, underneath weak. What do we got underneath weak?
I would say it's when we start getting to like poor and
Well, so we still have to do bad. Bad is still something
Yeah.
we'll have to have on there.
I'd say bad's worse than poor.
Yes, I agree. 4 out of 10 is weak.
And so where are we at now?
We're at 3.5. So right underneath weak. What here we go. What is the what is the absolute worst score? Like what is what is the worst?
Unacceptable.
Oh,
Abomination.
failure is a great word. Holy crap.
Travesty.
I actually really okay. So I have 0 on here. Not that I probably ever give a game a 0, but if 0 does have a word, I do think failure. Failure is tough. Like that, I would be personally emotionally scarred if someone said my game was a failure. Like that's that.
I think
that's
0
tough.
would be failure. I think
Yeah.
1 still has some life.
Yeah, one is trash, for sure. I think, or no, I don't know.
Balin's Wonderland.
Yeah, Balin's Wonderland is a 0.
Or Balin. Is it Balin?
Okay, so we have Tristan saying 3 poor, 2 bad, and 1 is trash. I do agree with 3 being poor. I think that is a good one here. Or yeah, poor.
Yeah.
Which means what's in between poor and weak?
Better than poor?
Poor and weak, yeah. We don't have meh on here yet, but I feel like that'd be above weak, honestly.
I feel like meh should be
Like mid.
under poor. But like before bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's like 2.5 or whatever.
I don't know. I kind of see bad as better than poor.
I don't.
Ooh, what about weak, disappointing, poor. Disappointing is a pretty strong word.
It is. But disappointing is like an expectation thing, not really so much a
True.
scale to grade. So
All right, we'll come back to 3.5. What above failure? What's the next worst thing above failure? Horrendous. I don't know. Golem.
Gollum.
Just Gollum.
Name 0.5 Gollum. The Gollum scale. And where's that rank on the Gollum scale? It's at least 8 better than
trash
the Gollum
can
scale.
tier is what we're gonna call it. 0.5.
I would
do
say trash probably. Trash and then failure.
see. I think trash is like 1.
I don't even think trash is 1.
Really, you think it's worse?
I think it is.
Fair enough. Does everyone agree with that? That failure is the worst, and then trash is the next worst.
Because I would call 1 bad. Like, you give it a 1, it's a bad game. Maybe playable, but
See, I'd put bad at 2, and then I would have like words like awful at like 1 and 1.5 or stuff like that. Because there are a lot of words that are
terrible.
more hurtful than bad.
Terrible.
Travesty, terrible, awful.
Train wreck.
See, okay, I would have 1 as awful, 1.5 as terrible, and then 2 is bad.
This is just nitpicking, but I think terrible is more worse than awful. Or they're exactly the same word.
Train wreck. This guy says train wreck. yo, Gollum is a train wreck. That is a
Gollum and Kong. Those are my scales of bad games.
Gollum and Kong. That's funny.
And the
All right.
ET game, I guess.
I'm gonna put bad at 2 because I just feel like 2 is bad. I don't know why. That's speaking to me. So now we have to fill in the gaps. What is right above trash? Terrible or awful?
What is the number? Is
1.
that 1?
1.
And then what's 1.5?
We don't know yet.
Okay, so that's that where we're at?
Yeah.
What's 2 again? Bad?
2 is bad. 3 is poor. We still need 2.5. 4 is weak. We need 3.5. Man, we are over here thinking. We are using
Trash
more
with a
uses.
lid.
Sucks. What about sucks? Something that has to have sucks.
Sucks.
Maybe in between poor and bad sucks. Dumpster fire.
Dumpster fire. I don't know. It's a little hard naming.
I'm gonna say
All
in
the
between
in-betweens.
poor and bad is
Yeah,
sucks.
that one's the hard one.
I would say sucks in between poor and bad.
That's fair.
I'm gonna say 1 is awful.
Okay.
So now we need in between awful and bad, and then in between poor and weak. There's the last 2 we need.
I like it.
What if in between weak and poor is just not good? Just
Not good. Just
it's just not good.
simply not good.
I mean that might not actually be the worst.
No.
I think that actually works. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Not good. Now we need in between bad and awful. Yeah, I know. Austin, we're doing all this. I'd be shocked if we ever play games that are like this low, but like, it happens. You never know. Is terrible worse than awful? Do you really think so?
Yes.
We could just go really bad.
You could, yeah, just accentuate on that like we did with the higher levels.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just go with that. That's easier. Really bad and then awful. All right. So to recap, ladies and gentlemen, we have a whole recap. By the way, we still have to do an example of a bad game, which will be really easy. We don't have to spend any time on that. We just have to say a bad game. We have 10, masterpiece. 9.5, phenomenal. 9 is amazing. 8.5 is really great game. 8 is a great game. 7.5 is really good. 7 is good. 6.5 is decent. 6 is okay. 5.5 is a fine game. 5 is mid. 4.5 is mediocre. 4 is weak. 3.5 is not good. 3 is poor. 2.5 sucks. 2 is bad. 1.5 is really bad. 1 is awful. 0.5 is trash. And 0 is a failure. I like it. You know what? I think we kind of killed it, low key.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't mind that.
Yeah. Okay, so examples of a bad game real quick. Let's just do it.
I mean, I think we kind of nailed those, but Kong was my example for like awful.
Yeah. I
Like
mean,
Gollum was the obvious one. Kong's the one that I wrote down.
so I do have a 0, and Austin said it earlier. Balan's Wonderworld. There is literally nothing about that game that is good. There is genuinely nothing. It is really bad. I think my example of a 2 out of 10 game would be Babylon's Fall. It's a bad game. So much that they had me. I don't know if you were working at GameStop when this game came out, but like a month after the game came out, we received the email that we needed to destroy every copy of that game in the store because it was getting lawsuits, and it was so bad that it was just it was awful. But the thing is, it's not lower than 2 because it was a good idea. And, it is coming from a studio, Platinum Games, that has made a really amazing games. So I don't think it was the worst game ever made, but it was really bad. It was a bad game. So I would say that for 2. But yeah, 0 is Balan's Wonderworld for sure.
Fair.
Yeah. But yeah, there we go.
Remember, like, most of them were just kind of like small letdowns for me. Like I've had very few like 0 rated scores, like things that, I mean, obviously there's stuff I wouldn't play ever again, but yeah, so like, I think most of them are just like the kind of obvious ones for me. There are ones that like ended up being 0s because they were flops, but like the game themselves were still fun enough to play that even though like they were dead, I kept playing, like Anthem for starters. Like that was one that like
Anthem.
I would consider an absolute failure, but if that game could have lived, or they would have just added more to the experience of just playing it instead of doing the stuff they wanted you to do.
That's what I'd say a 4 out of 10 weak game is Anthem. It had the concept. Yeah. There were things there that I enjoyed, but they just didn't make it work. They didn't make anything work. Nope.
Yep.
Yeah. Real quick, I will say there are some games that I would like to give a score to because I feel like I've given bad raps or I've done the wrong scores in the past. And this also goes back to what I'm saying. A score should not determine where it is on your ranking. I do not like this game. Okay? But I can't give it a score. You'll understand when I say it. Last of Us Part 2 is a 7 out of 10 for me. Okay? Last of Us Part 2 is a 7 out of 10. If you guys have been watching the show, you guys know I do not like Last of Us Part 2. Granted, I've convinced myself I'm going to play it because I actually have never fully played it. I've seen it and I know what happens, and I don't really want anything to do because I just don't like the direction they went with the story. But the visuals are really good. The music's so good. The gameplay is so good. Like,
The combat is so fun.
regardless if I just can't like the story or not, there's nothing truly wrong about the game. It's just, do you enjoy it or not? And I think that is what a 7 out of 10 is. Like, it's good if that's what you're looking for. Otherwise, it's not for you. And I do think, if you can get behind Last of Us Part 2, it is a good game. Like, I can't deny that. But so I would say that. Real quick, because we kind of forgot about it. So in terms of the tier list now, right?
Yeah.
What numbers fit into what tiers? So for me, an S tier is 9.5s or 10s.
Yeah, I would call that.
Yeah. A tiers. See, this is where it gets interesting. Do you put 8.5s in A tiers? Because 9s are obviously an A tier.
I think when you get past S, I think it becomes flat number, personally, kind of in my mind. So, like, A tiers are, like, like
9.
things that are kind of just, I would just kind of, even though, like, I may grade them 8.5, like,
Ooh,
anything
I see
I'm
what
going to
you're
put in
saying.
A tier is probably going to be A.
I see what you're saying.
Like 8, you know what I mean?
I feel that.
So,
I feel that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. A would be 9, B would be 8, C would be 7, D would be 6, F would be 5 or below, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. No, I agree with that.
yeah.
I agree with that.
And then, if you want to just, like, add a Z in your own mind for games that you would never, bring to light, then that's where those fit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, literally. Like, I think,
So.
again, example is like Astrobot. I don't think it's a 10 out of 10, but I do think it's an S tier game. Like, it's so
Yeah,
good.
for
It's
sure.
an S tier game, but do I think it's like a masterpiece? No, I don't. But, and then same thing with her Horizon. Like, it's an amazing game, but I don't feel like it has reached as high as it could go. And I don't feel like it's just missing certain things to keep it in some of the best games of all time category.
Yeah.
But and then 8 out of 10s, I don't even know what I don't even know some of the examples that I used. I forget. But yeah, so you get the point with tiers. But I also think tiers is just interesting because you can use like see,
Good
that
point,
is interesting. That is because
Yeah, that's why I
Ooh.
say I think there's that certain threshold of, like, series that just fit, because, like I said, that's why I think I include Final Fantasy VII as a whole as an S tier series, but, like, like I said, Crisis Core isn't a 10 out of 10 or even a 9 out of 10 game. It's like a solid 7, 8 out of 10 game for me.
For everybody listening, Austin just put in chat. He said, "Man, that's hard because Alan Wake 2 is a 9 out of 10 for me, but I would still say it's an S tier game." My initial reaction to that, and I know this, and I know I'm biased towards Alan Wake 2. This isn't a shock. It's my third favorite game of all time. But my initial reaction to that statement is, are you sure it's a 9 out of 10 then? Like, because S tier is like top of the top. And so if you're confident that you would say it's an S tier game, is it a 9 out of 10? But I do see what you're saying. It's like there are certain games that's like, even though it may not be for you, you just recognize the quality to an insane level. So I do, and that's also why I say I think tiers are really interesting because you can elaborate on things differently when they're placed in a tier sometimes rather than a number.
Yeah.
So I definitely I see that. Some 9 out of 10s, yeah, I can maybe see being an S. Yeah, that is really interesting. What an interesting conversation. Well, I think that's pretty much about it. I know it was a long one, everybody. 4 hours.
Holding in there.
Yeah. Apologize for Jordan for having to sit through all that. But
We're all good, man.
yeah.
I'm just boiling, though. I'm hot in my back room. I'm having a hot in my
man.
little office back here.
Well, there you have it, everybody. There is the podcast for this week. We covered a lot of things. Next week, we're going to be talking about Warhammer. Whatever news happens. And I'm sure we'll have another fun discussion about something that I come up with. Who knows what I'll think of when I'm in the freezer. Yeah, to get some sleep. Yes, absolutely. But thank you, Jordan, for showing up again and for sitting through this 4-hour podcast.
Absolutely.
It was absolutely you genuinely are fantastic at doing these podcasts.
I have a good time, man.
Yes, we'll have to do it again very, very soon. I don't know the next game that comes out that you're going to be playing, but it doesn't even have to be a game that you play that comes out. You could just come on here to talk about some interesting topics or some of the news or whatnot. Whenever.
Sure.
We'll definitely have to do a podcast soon with more than just two of us. We'll have to get like Austin and you both on the same podcast one time or something.
Yeah, get a collection of us, sort of see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll have to do that sometime. But yeah, what a great podcast again. Some really great discussions.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, that is going to do it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. By the way, Jordan, before you leave, I'm going to tell you my idea for an Astrobot gameplay video.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to tell you that. But all right. I'll see everyone later. Johnny, we're out.